Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Tuesday, December 20th, and I hope you all are having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we will head over to Allen, where he sits down with Laurent Hasson, co-founder and CEO of Aporia, and Moses Gutman, co-founder and CEO of ClearML, to talk about ClearML and Aporia's brand new partnership, a true end-to-end full-stack solution that creates an integrated one-stop shop to optimize entire workflows. Alan will then speak to Courtney Nash, senior research analyst at Verica, to talk about the next iteration of The Void by Verica. Then Alan will meet with Deepak Giridhari Gopal, CTO of Puppet, to talk about trends in the labor market, the increased need for responsive security measures, what's next for operations communities, and more. Next up, we are airing episode 4 of our series, Engineering the Change. This series will follow the 3 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship Program as they tackle a 10-week intensive coding bootcamp and prepare themselves for careers in software engineering. Then we will air another episode of DevOps Unbound. In this episode, Mitch Ashley and our panel of experts, Lee Atchison of Atchison Technologies, Ixil Ruiz of JFrog, Sean Jakes of Tricentis, and Kristen Giacovoni of Paylocity discuss why a test-everything approach is not feasible, what are the most important tests you should be focusing on, and how to test less to increase the quality of your software. We then go to Qualys Security Conference 2022, where Alan spoke with Chris Ong, Senior Manager of Information Security Operations at Jabil, to discuss Qualys Cloud Agent. Also at Qualys Security Conference 2022, Alan spoke with JC Nahara, the subject matter expert for vulnerability management at Syntax, to discuss app security and what customers expect from Syntax services, as well as prioritization of vulnerabilities. Then we are airing an episode of the SRE Show. In this episode, Mitch Ashley and Austin Parker are joined by our panel of experts, Paige Cruz of Chronosphere and Starlight Romero of Flatiron Health, to discuss the key changes organizations need to address, as well as the social and technical challenges faced when adopting SRE principles and practices. Then we go to AWS reInvent, where Mike Rothman met with Fleming Shi, CTO of Barracuda, to discuss Barracuda's announcement of Barracuda Email Protection, which now offers integration with Amazon Security Lake to reduce complexity and costs while also addressing security concerns. Then we have 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike Vizard interviews recently appointed Order CEO Jim Hyman, as Jim explains how cybersecurity needs to start with a thorough understanding of an ever-increasing attack surface in the age of interconnected devices. Then Mike interviews Brian Gracely, Vice President of Product Strategy for Solo.io, as Brian explains what service meshes are emerging as the foundation upon the cloud-native application security will be built and maintained. Going back to AWS reInvent, Alan spoke with Chengxi Wang, Managing General Partner at Rain Capital, and Blake Bissett, co-founder and president of Stanza Systems, to discuss the current state of DevOps and security. Also at AWS reInvent, Alan spoke with Kit Merker, Chief Growth Officer of Noble9, to discuss Kit's role at the company and the announcement of a perpetual free edition of Noble9's fully featured SLO platform. And that's what we have coming up for you here on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget.
Okay.
How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here?
Check this out.
Uptick secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1.
What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1?
Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1.
We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And
Seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for December 20th. First up, the EU has accused Meta of breaching antitrust rules through its Facebook marketplace. The EU's Executive Commission said that tying Marketplace to its social network shuts out competitors due to the unfair advantage that Marketplace receives. The Commission additionally suspected that Meta used its data that it collects to target customer groups. If these concerns are confirmed, Meta would be in breach of EU antitrust rules for abusing a dominant marketplace position. Companies that are found to be in breach of these rules can be fined up to 10% of annual global revenue. Currently, there is no deadline for the investigation to end, but Meta can plead their case through writing or oral hearings. Next, HTC Vive has announced that it will launch a competitor to the Quest 2 VR headset. HTC's new flagship headset will contain features such as front and side-facing cameras that will allow for the device to use a mixture of virtual reality and augmented reality. HTC has planned for more details about the information of the headset to come next year. This announcement shows that HTC is ready to jump back into the VR space after taking the business a step back from VR last year. This comes as VR is becoming more and more of a hot topic, with several companies vying to control the space, ranging from Meta and even Apple, which is reported to be developing its own headset. In other news, the current chief operating officer of Activision Blizzard will join the Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT maker Yuga Labs as its chief executive. Daniel Allegre said he will succeed Yuga Labs' current CEO in the first half of 2023 after he finishes his current term at Activision. Allegre has worked at Activision Blizzard since 2020, and his experience there will help Yuga Labs' goal of turning it into a metaverse gaming company. Earlier this year, Yuga Labs got a $450 million funding round to develop its NFT metaverse and acquired 2 other NFT collections to consolidate the NFT space. Next up, Phoenix, Arizona's Sky Harbor International Airport will offer the self-driving ride-hailing service Waymo, which will drive people from the airport to downtown Phoenix. The self-driving tests have gone on for a month now at this point, as the service is expected to expand to everyone in early 2023. Phoenix, which is a location of the 2023 Super Bowl, is using this as one of its ways to developing a reputation for innovation before the visitors arrive. It also marks a step forward for the autonomous vehicle sector, as Sky Harbor will be the first airport in the world to have an autonomous driving service. On DevOps.com, we have an article looking at how enterprise software architects can design for more sustainability. All organizations are beginning to feel the pressure to use more sustainable practices, but these initiatives can only go so far. DevOps must certainly have a role to play here. This article looks at what techniques companies are using to get the most out of the technology modernization efforts while also limiting their carbon footprint. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. On Security Boulevard, we have an article looking at how we need to move beyond security awareness and towards security education. While security awareness helps employees recognize threats, social engineering attacks are effective enough that awareness training isn't enough. This article talks about why security education is needed, where it is needed the most, and how to better promote it. To learn more, go to securityboulevard.com. Finally, on Container Journal, we have an article looking at 10 predictions for cloud native in 2023. 2022 was a big year for cloud native technology, especially for Kubernetes. But as we approach the new year, it's time to ask what 2023 will have in store for us. Here are 10 predictions on what could happen with cloud native in the next year. To learn more, go to containerjournal.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. I got another great interview lined up here. We do a conversation. I have two CEOs, both coming to us today from respective offices in Tel Aviv, and we're really happy to have them. Let me first introduce you to Liran Hassan. Liran is CEO founder of Aporia. Hey, Liran, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Hey, Alan. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Before we introduce Moses, our second guest, let me give a chance. Give people a little bit of your background, Liran, if you wouldn't mind, and a little bit of the Aporia story.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. So I'm the CEO of Aporia. Aporia is a full stack observability platform for machine learning systems, which means really from the moment the models get to production, Aporia is there to help you really get clear visibility to what decisions the model is making, what impact does it make to the business, get live alerts on data drift, performance degradation, maybe an opportunity to improve your model. So really everything that happens post-production, so you can be on top of it. That is what we're doing in Aporia. A bit about myself, I come for over 20 years in software engineering, being an architect of machine learning systems, really from training to serving, all the fun stuff with getting ML into production.
Excellent. Thank you. Our second guest is Moses Gutman, and Moses is the co-founder CEO of ClearML.
Correct. Pleasure to be here.
I got it right.
Now. Yes.
All right.
Perfect.
Pleased to have you. Moses, same to you, if you wouldn't mind. Give us a little bit of your background and the ClearML story.
So ClearML actually started as an internal tool that, like the cliche, we open it to the world, but we also open sourced it to the world. So we are one of the only machine learning operations end-to-end open source solution out there. Really open source client end, website, UI, the backend, everything. And what we did is we internally, that was basically a spin-off of a previous company. We built an entire infrastructure on how to operationalize machine learning. So think of it as bridging DevOps and machine learning. Basically, how do you automate this process of development, starting from development and then bridging that gap from running it on my own machine, everything works, to everything breaks on the cloud or when you deploy it. And the idea is always CI/CD. So basically, we build the system from the grounds up to support this motion so you can constantly automate this process even while you're developing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. Makes sense. Excellent. So guys, look, the whole area of machine learning is one that, was overhyped to begin with, I think, and then got confused with AI. It still does get confused with AI. And now we're, I think, finally starting to see real machine learning kind of benefits and, successful applications coming to market that people can use. One of the areas where this was true is MLOps, right? I first heard MLOps burst on the scene, 4 or 5 years ago. It was sort of taking the place of what was application performance management, APM, and stuff like this. And then, quite rapidly, actually, observability came up, and kind of overtook everything, right? Everything's about observability now. And I don't know if you would classify as MLOps as part of observability. It's different than observability. They're partners. You know what, Liran? It sounds like Aporia is about observability and ML. How would you? And then Moses, I'd love to hear your take on it right after. But what's the relationship here?
True. So that's a good point. I think that MLOps really started a few years ago as a term, right? But in the recent 2-3 years, it really became a huge market, right? So what is MLOps? The same way that software developers need to have proper infrastructure, proper tooling, proper practices, right? And therefore you have a whole market called DevOps with DevOps tools and DevOps engineers. As the ML ecosystem have evolved in the last few years, this need also became very significant for machine learning practitioners. And that's how MLOps became a field of its own with dedicated tools like ClearML and Aporia, right? And we see more and more companies adopting these kind of tools. Back to your question, so what is the relationship between MLOps and observability? At least the way I look at it, MLOps is a broad market with different tooling, and I think in the last few years start to get a shape of different categories. ML platforms like ClearML is one category. Observability tooling is another category, ML observability. And that's kind of it's adjacent market. As data science ML teams, when thinking about MLOps, you should definitely think about how do you build your stack, which of these tools do you need, and to evaluate accordingly. So that's a kind of my 2 cents on MLOps and observability.
And maybe recently I noticed that for a lot of people, when they say MLOps, they actually mean ML stack. And this is a really important point to stress here. When we think about MLOps, it's about the workflow, the operation, not just the point solutions that are kind of the ML stack, if you will. And MLOps, at least the way that we think of it, and definitely in this partnership, it really highlights the value of that, is when you tie up all the different point solutions into a workflow, and that workflow brings you value. So you have to build your own ML stack internally, your point solution and whatnot. But the actual value is having everything orchestrated together, playing together, and then you really realize the true potential of your machine learning models. Because at the end, this is an iterative process, right? You cannot expect first time you deploy something, it works. The first time you test your software, obviously it breaks. Your QA teams will tell you, hey, you have a bug. That's not actually how it works with machine learning. Actually, the first time you'll really get feedback from the field is when you deploy it into your production, hopefully in a canary setup so you don't break everything, right? And that's exactly when you need a tool like Aporia to actually give you some feedback. Oh, this is not exactly what we wanted, but you want that feedback to be straight, but to go straight into the development process so they can very quickly iterate over the next version of the model, see what went wrong and deploy that one, because it does take a few iterations until you reach that point where your machine learning model at the end is deployed. And the bottom line is it needs to make you money. I mean, you're going to invest a lot of time and effort and resources into that. And at the end, you have to see the return on your investment.
Agreed. I think that's good. The both of you, we put that together, and I think our audience has something there. So, I mean, look, guys, I have you on here today because recent announcement or partnership between Aporia and ClearML. I don't care which one. Actually, we let Laurent go first last time. Let's let Moses go first this time. Moses, what's this partnership about?
So this partnership, so first, Laurent is an awesome guy. We've known each other for a while, so it's always great to work together. And we were talking, and we kind of realized that we have a lot of common customers actually using our products in tandem. And we thought, okay, we should probably make their life easier by better integrating. And the solution itself works quite well because the way that we work is ClearML brings you from writing your initial code base to deploying your model on the cloud. And Aporia brings that visibility on top and then feeds back everything into the development cycle. So you really end with an end-to-end flow that ties in the development units, the R&D process, and the business and the product with visibility to the actual performance of the model in real life.
So I 100% agree with Moses. And, I think when you think about it to our customers or ML teams and data science teams, when they think about starting to construct their ML pipeline, right? They want to accelerate the speed of releasing new models to production. They want to have this pipeline from experiments tracking, packaging, deployment, serving. This is where the ClearML part kind of provides you with that. And then once you deploy it to production, you run it as part of ClearML, then you want to see what outcomes are happening thanks to your model. When is the right time to retrain your model, right? And maybe you want to automate this process, which you get all of this from Aporia. So really by tying up these two solutions together, ML teams can now get a full stack end-to-end ML platform. So this is like the true value we see our existing clients get, as well as some new ones.
I love it. Sounds like a perfect DevOps love story. You know, go all the way dev to deployment, then ops and post-deploy, feedback loop, make it better again.
Exactly.
You know, there's a great story there. So when we say work together, though, there's work together and there's work together. What do you really mean here by work together?
You know, having beer here and there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Drinking alcohol and gossiping. That's what we do. And then from time to time, making sure that the products themselves really work well with one another. So you don't have to, so the entire idea is you don't have to stitch things together yourself, right? It's out of the box there with everything just working end to end. And that's a true value. Otherwise, it's on the customers and to do the stitching itself. And that's exactly what we're trying to facilitate here with this partnership.
So it's not a single UI, for instance, though. Is it APIs or just
correct?
Exchange?
It's basically exactly. So it's basically you have the ClearML serving that does, again, from the development through model repository, through deployment with CLI and CI/CD processes. And then the serving itself basically report transparently into Aporia in a way that you can, in real time, add more matrices into the reporting itself and have everything visible into Aporia. And then in Aporia, you can basically point back into callbacks. Okay, what do I do if I have an alert when something happens?
I see.
Yeah, and I think that the very inception of this partnership really started just by kind of a late night conversation between Moses and myself talking about, listen, like we met with these few accounts earlier this week, and they currently are interested in monitoring, but they also have some issues and challenges when it comes to tracking their experiments and how to facilitate all these pipelines to serving. Do you have any recommendations? Right. And I know ClearML has great product. I said, are you guys interested? And apparently Moses and ClearML had kind of a similar but the opposite questions getting from their clients, right? About, no, awesome, ClearML, we enjoy using it. We get the full stack until serving, but how do we get visibility? How can we track and get alerts to Slack, to Microsoft Teams on data drifts, right? How can we share other stakeholders with what our models are actually doing? And we say, you know what, let's maybe find a use case that we can collaborate on. And once we saw it repeating, we decided, maybe we should just join forces, invest on both sides to make this integration easier for our users so it will become just a few clicks.
Very cool. Let's talk about the user experience then. So, I'm an organization that maybe uses Aporia and have ClearML. How do I make the magic happen here? How, is it just an automatic out of the box thing, or? Basically,
you replace your Helm chart with a different one and you're good to go. It is that simple.
Really?
Yep. That's basically the essence of the partnership. Basically, you have your regular setup, you replace it with a new one, and it just works. You plug in your API keys, and that's it.
That sounds easy enough.
It is.
So, as they say in Las Vegas, this is a fine beginning. Where do we go from here, guys?
We have to take over the world, like we do every night.
Okay. But, is there other areas where we can where these two solutions working together, right, we can leverage that to do more.
I think that the value itself of operationalizing machine learning is really still a question mark for a lot of companies. So a lot of companies are still at the initial stage of adoption.
I agree.
Right. So at the end, they think of it, basically there are two main reasons to approach machine learning. One, you build an entire feature based on that in your product, and you believe that feature will sell your product better or differentiate that from other competitors. And the other is you're optimizing your revenue. That's the bottom line. So things like churn detection and predictions and recommendation, these are all optimization of a product that at the end is very close to the bottom line, right? And in both cases, it's a lot of resources that you have to invest into adopting machine learning because it's very different from everything else that you're developing, right? It's nonlinear. It requires a lot of people speaking very different languages, and it requires involving the business unit and the product people that sometimes get their intuition on what can be done from the media, which sometimes is a bit more sci-fi than reality, right? And we have to communicate the capabilities inside the company itself, which basically means trial and error. And because before that, everything is on paper. And this is exactly how you develop models for months and months without getting everything into production and realizing if they actually work in your product, and the product itself constantly evolves. And the idea of operationalizing this entire process is really the CI/CD concept that is relatively new, right? It's last decade, but before that, it was only a few companies actually adopted that. But it's the realization that you have to combine the two and make sure that this process works end to end, so the decision makers have visibility into what's going on, and that visibility creates more iterations. And that's actually when you see the value itself. It's not about making people more productive, making your engineers more productive. It's actually seeing something working for the first time and understanding how to optimize that for your own specific use case. And that's exactly what you need, that end-to-end solutions that bring you, firstly, visibility, actually to see some graphs and see, oh, it didn't work as I expected, or simulate, oh, that this is what it would have recommended, probably wrong. And actually feeding back to the R&D teams, developing the next iteration. And that's the true value, actually bringing those models, more models into production, into actual use cases. And not to mention, they do change. So data change, product change, it's a constant revisioning of those models. But the first step is actually to get them to work with the way that you imagine your potential.
Makes sense. Laurent, I'm going to give you a last word because we're about out of time.
About what? Sorry?
I said I'm going to give you the last word. We're almost out of time. Anything else you want to say to wrap up?
Yeah, sure. So, I think this is a great example for collaboration within the MLOps space. That really, this space is just in its early days yet. I think it's really important. The problems we're dealing with, the challenges are very, very difficult. And it's great that there are teams that are highly focused on each and every challenge along the way. I think collaboration between different organizations, whether it's commercial companies or nonprofit or just different ML and data science teams, this takes all of us as the market, as society that AI really affects all of us. It takes us to the next level. So I think it's really important. This is just, I think, one great example of partnering up with another friends in the industry, but I really like to see more partnerships, more collaboration within our space.
Hopefully we will. Hey, gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming up here on Techstrong TV and sharing with our audience about your collaboration. You know what we didn't mention? Websites. Is it Aporia, APORIA.com? Or
Exactly. Yeah? APORIA.com, yeah.
And Moses, ClearML?
Clear.ml. Very simple.
Clear.ml.
Maybe one last thing I would emphasize is who would benefit from actually trying to find the right solutions for them in the MLOps space. And I think this is important because I just had a call today with a friend, and he literally said, I feel it's too early for me. And I asked why, and he said, so because we're only a team of 4 or 5 people, and it seems like MLOps, even DevOps, is something that you do when you have a larger team. But in reality, and definitely in this economy, even smaller teams, and especially smaller teams, would benefit even more from operationalizing and automating this process. It means that they are spending less time in basically infrastructure, software infrastructure, and cloud infrastructure, instead of letting the MLOps stack or the MLOps solution do the automation for them so they can concentrate on actually building the model and testing it inside their product instead of scaffolding infrastructure just to test it. And it's surprising that this is kind of the approach, but it's the opposite. And definitely in this economy, when we see companies not expanding so quickly, sometimes even the opposite, we actually have to make sure that we empower the machine learning teams and the DevOps and the machine learning engineers so they can produce more with less.
Absolutely. You know, we went through a similar thing when I first launched DevOps.com. People, is it an enterprise thing? Is it something for startups? Did you have to have a certain size? And it worked its way out. I think it will here too. But guys, thank you both again.
We're going to take great care.
On Techstrong. Thank you. We'll be back in just a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. Our next guest on Techstrong TV hasn't been on with us in about a year now. It's Courtney Nash. Courtney is with Verica, and well, she's with Verica now, but Courtney has a long, distinguished career as a real honest-to-God researcher, analyst, someone who really kind of understands and knows how to put together analysis, research, and gather various data points to form opinions and show us the way. Courtney, it's great to have you back on, and welcome, and thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much, Alan. It's a treat to be back. It has. It's been quite the year, quite the year for our industry as well. So, yeah, we're back with the second annual Void report. So I'm excited to talk about that, the Verica Open Incident Database. So,
Verica Open Incident Database, Void. Before we jump into this year's report, I feel we need to set a little bit of a foundation. So I mentioned, you have a pretty distinguished career. If you want to, if I don't embarrass you, if you want to, give us the details a bit on that. And then maybe a little bit about Verica and why, last year was the first year of the Void, and what's that all about?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I've been in the industry for quite a while now. I started working at Amazon when it was mostly just a books and music store. So that was quite a long time ago, long before AWS was a glimmer in anyone's eye, I have to say. I spent a lot of time at O'Reilly Media, which is where I really honed a lot of my sort of trend research, starting to understand what's happening in industry. And that's actually where I got interested in how systems fail and where things break down. And some of I have a background actually in psychology and neuroscience. And so I spend a lot of time thinking about like how we think about computers as humans and where some of those assumptions might be as, go astray or might not be founded in actual reality. So when I went to Verica, I started really being able to research pretty complex systems. And that led to the creation of the Void, which is the Verica Open Incident Database. I stumble over that all the time. We've collected together now about 10,000 public incident reports. So these are things that they could be anything. They could be something the media writes about, but many of them are status page reports or full-blown sort of post-incident review, post-mortem types of things. And our goal was to collect all of these in one place for a number of reasons, but the biggest reason because nobody had done it yet. There's lots of security breach databases out of there. There's lots of other ways to look at data, but this had never really existed before. And I've always been inspired by how a completely different industry did this. So back in the 90s, our aviation industry, at least in the United States, was in sort of a state of crisis. Had a terrible safety rating. People were actually nervous about flying. And the pilots actually started talking to each other about their incidents. And so it was this sort of practitioner-led, ground up kind of thing. It wasn't regulation coming in and saying, oh, you've got to do this, right? They all look around at each other and were like, oh boy, if we don't figure this out, this could just get worse. And I believe that the same kind of effort in our industry can help us because everything relies on the internet now, right? Because safety critical things rely on the internet now. Communication, just all of our lives rely on the internet, and we want it to be safe. We want it to be reliable. And anybody who works sort of at the sharp end of that knows that it's not as safe or reliable as we'd like it to be. So having all of these data in one place allows us to look at them more systematically. It allows other people to look at them. And so that's where the report came from last year. We started looking into some common assumptions, some sort of what people might say gold standard metrics, and found some of them lacking, or like the data didn't back up a lot of our beliefs. And so things like the duration of these kinds of incidents, the severity of these kinds of incidents, they don't hold up to really solid analysis. So my favorite one right now is MTTR, mean time to respond, right? Or remediate. The fact that we don't even all agree on what R is might be the first problem.
That's a clue. It's a clue.
But that's kind of a gold standard in the industry. And I feel like we picked it probably for good reasons at the time, but we didn't pick it because we were looking at the underlying data. We picked it because we assumed that MTTR would tell us about, the reliability of our systems or how well we're doing at responding to incidents. And if you look at the underlying data, it's just not feasible. You can't take averages of these kinds of incident duration data. They're so all over the place that the mean is meaningless. So I confidently demonstrated that this year because we have 10,000 incidents instead of, a few thousand that we had last year. And so I think that's a big one because, people kind of try to fight me on this one, Alan, when I bring it up.
It. I mean, look, I'll be contrarian. I've been around the industry a long time, right? I think the whole meantime to, I always called it remediation, but I have heard people say response. But the meantime to response and remediation, I think, was a knee-jerk reaction to many, many reports that were coming back out 10 years ago and longer that said, oh, yeah, no, this was in your system for 18 months before we found it. Or this breach happened 12 months ago, 8 months ago, and now you're first ringing the fire alarm. It's a little bit late, right? You're closing the barn door.
Yeah.
After the cows ran out, and unfortunately, that was the norm. We didn't find out about a lot of these incidents until the proverbial what hit the fan. Right? The information was already used to create fake ID accounts, or the money was transferred to 15 different bank accounts, or,
Well, with security things, I think it's even more far-fetched to use that as a number, at least in the case of, our site fell over, you don't know when it started necessarily, but you have a better sense right there and then that something's happening. But to say that you're getting better or worse at it it's the data don't allow you to really do that. And I argue it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what your MTTR is, because the only way you learn about what's happening in your systems is by going and looking into those incidents, right? Talking to the people at the sharp end of the wedge, right? Who run those systems, and they'll tell you, 6 months ago, we deprioritized the work on this thing because we had to go over here. We only had 4 people, and this thing was sitting over here, just like we knew it was falling over, but now here we are. Or like, there's a million things that could contribute to these. And that one number just doesn't really tell you very much about what's actually, sort of happening in your systems. So we confirmed that we looked at that last year. I feel like we confirmed that this year, but the new one this year was to look at severity and duration, right? So I'll ask you this, like, would you have a hunch, let's say, that longer incidents are somehow worse? Or better? What do you everyone has a hunch.
What do you mean by longer incidents?
So let's say you go look at all of your data and you're like, that one went on, this one we solved it in, we figured it out 20 minutes, rolled it back and it was great. But then you had one that went on for 3 days. I mean,
counterintuitively, I don't know if that's indicative of how serious it is. But certainly, I mean, on its surface, you'd say, oh my God, this has existed for so long, my MMTR is going to go through the roof, and it's really bad. Yeah. There's
really no relationship between those.
No, so having unfortunately lived through that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, because I think what happens is a lot of times you have an incident and it's just it's that reconnaissance, if you will, where they break in or whatever, and they're kind of, checking out. I mean, the whole thing of how, if you did the life story of a data breach or a security incident, they're usually not hit and runs. Hit and runs are kids, right? They go in, they swipe something, and they're out. Yeah. It's usually a much more fiendish plot, right? Where they're going to go in, they infiltrate, they set up shop. It's like termites getting in your house. You know what I mean? The first day they're there, no big deal. But six months, a year later, the whole place is falling down. And so to me, that's kind of what it is.
Yeah, and I mean, with these with the void are more what you might consider like availability incidents as opposed to security incidents, right? So
I get it.
Yeah, but even then, it's like we were able to show statistically that there's no relationship between what So let's say you take a status page report for incidents, right? And they tell you a lot of times it lasted this long, and we called it a SEV whatever, like a SEV 3, right? Which means it's not so bad. It's weird. I think it's like DEFCON levels, right? So like a 4 is not bad, a 3 is, and the 1 is like, a SEV 1 is terrible, like the house on fire,
red lights. Yep.
So we were able to try to correlate those kind of severity ratings of incidents with the duration, and we didn't find any. So you can have short ones that are bad, short ones that aren't bad, long ones that are bad, long ones that aren't bad, right? And so that's another one of those sort of indicators that like we think severity might give some meaning. I mean, people have these dashboards internally, right? Where it's like, what's your MTTR? How many SEV ones have you had this month? And it's like, again, we're chasing these sort of meaningless metrics instead of looking for the meaning in our systems, right? Where we actually can find out what the spooky stuff is, what our sort of wrong, unfounded assumptions are, gaps in knowledge and all those things. Those numbers aren't going to tell you those things. And so that's really where we're pushing with the void is to get people to focus on the people in the system, first of all, because we collect these technical metrics, right? Mean time to resolve, severity, duration. They're so tempting to us as technologists.
Well, because
right?
as technology, right, we like the numbers. It gives us better,
Yeah.
It makes us comfortable.
Yeah,
But
the tyranny
I'll tell you,
of metrics.
yeah, exactly. But Courtney, I sit here as CEO of Techstrong, right?
You know what my, not biggest fear, but unfortunately the fact is that we find out about a lot of these incidents from customers. And I friggin' hate that. Hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it when someone I know writes me and says, hey, Shimmy, if you go to this URL, things don't look so good. Something's wrong. And it happens, right? Because, look, we're running, I think we're responsible for 40 different websites these days here, that are part of the Techstrong thing. And you're looking at so many, there's so many different aspects to it. The search, the default search isn't working right. So when you type in Courtney Nash's name, I don't get anything about Courtney Nash, like she never existed on our site, even though we've done, little things like that just piss me off.
These systems are complex, right?
No, I know. And we don't.
I'm sure bigger companies have better instrumentation.
They still have problems. That's the thing. That's the other thing we talk about in the report is everybody has incidents. No one is immune to this unless you have a single page website run by you. And even then, it's still not going to work, right?
Yep.
And so, but we forget about the people in the systems. We focus so much on the technical aspects, right? This, that, and the other Kubernetes stuff and hooked into this, that, and that. And we need to, but it's the people that build those systems that have the sort of latent knowledge of how things work and how they don't work. And we aren't collecting metrics on that. We're not looking at that from that.
Not only are we not collecting metrics,
we're going the other way. Look, the big news in my world the last week or two is this. What's it called? Chat APG or Chat APL or whatever.
Yeah.
I've got writers freaking out, writing, hate messages about why this will never replace that. And we've all been through this. I don't want to be replaced by a computer. And, the whole premise of DevOps is we try to automate more and more and more because that's the only way to keep up. The data sets are so big. The speed of business is so fast. Yep. We need to automate. But
who writes the automation? Guess what? I think the funniest thing is people really believe, this is another myth that I don't have any data on, but people believe that automation, someone has to write the automation and then it doesn't just keep working. And the reason it doesn't work is because you write the automation on a system as it exists at that moment in time. And from that moment forward, that system will never be exactly like that again because of those pressures, right? We're constantly adding pressures to these systems. And most of the people who build and maintain them are so good at that then the business goes, well, sweet, more pressure, right? The better the system gets, the more pressure we put on it. And then it starts breaking in new and funny and weird ways. And so there's all kinds of great work around automation and the ironies of automation and how our beliefs there are also founded in false hope. Let's just say
it's not false hope. Here's
okay. It's not false hope. It's good hope.
No, it might be false hope.
A New Hope. I'm reminded of Star Wars, but here in my mind, here's the fundamental, and this is what separates. There's two kinds of people in the world, Courtney, right?
Oh, we're getting philosophical now.
I'm going to go all philosophical on you.
There's people who believe that by doing all this automation and getting better at our technology and doing all these things, we're making it simpler, right, for the humans. And then there's another kind of person who says the more we do here, it's getting more and more complex and almost beyond the grasp of humans, right? And it goes to, is the universe going to expand until all the stars go out, or is it going to contract back again to a big bang, right? It's the same.
I did not see this interview going.
Well, look, you never know where these are going to go. But But, so are we getting more complex? And
Yes.
what does that complexity mean? And can we translate that complexity to simplicity for people to wrap their heads around this stuff?
Yeah. My favorite analogy, and Adrian Cockcroft wrote the foreword for the Void Report, and Adrian was at AWS for a long time.
Sure, I know Adrian.
Adrian's seen some complex systems, and he points out that the airlines that have the most incidents, not accidents, but incidents, have the best safety records, right? So that the people who are the closest to those boundaries know where those safety boundaries are, right? And they are very aware of how complex those systems are, and that they can't control all of it, and that there will always be unforeseen and unexplained outcomes. And those are so I fall in the, it's getting more complex. You can't understand it. You need to figure out how to grapple with it camp. And that's the kind of thing that we're trying to do with the Void. And I just keep coming back to, like, the people are the unseen people. Think about this. How often does your system not go down? And why?
It surprises the heck out of me, frankly, how resilient
it stays
is.
up because those people are constantly going, whoa, hey, Jane, did you see that over there? And then Jane and Amy go over and look at it, and they're like, ooh, that's weird. And then they fix it before it gets out.
This
into
is
the
an
world.
everyday thing. We use Slack like most organizations, and we have a channel in Slack called Engineering Alerts.
Yeah.
You don't have to be an engineer to, the whole company has access to that channel.
Yeah.
And it's an everyday thing, Courtney. Someone puts in and says, I'm seeing something funky over here. This doesn't seem to be displaying right over there. And it's a constant, and again, we're not the biggest company in the world, but it's a constant thing.
That's my point, though. No one is immune, and we should all be talking about this. We should be sharing this information, and that's what the Void is for, right?
That's what it's about.
Everybody should be writing up their incidents and putting them in there and learning from them and sharing, because otherwise we're all off in our little worlds, right, with our commoditized knowledge. And and a lot of us are having similar things. They might be different flavors of similar things, but if we don't share this information, if we don't get it out there and openly, then we're going to continue to have bigger problems. And to be quite honest, we're already seeing a lot of talk about what regulation might look like more and more in this space, not just security breaches, but just downtime kinds of things. So
I just read about something, and it was funny because, in DevOps, we have the DORA, Dr. Nicole Forsgren and Jez Humble and Gene. They got sold to Google. But they still do the DORA reports. Well, there's a new set of regulations coming out of EU called the DORA, DORA, and I don't remember what the heck it stands for now, but if you go Google the DORA from EU, and it's going to put in some, exactly what you're talking about. It's here.
Yeah.
And this is going to have an impact on all of us. I don't know what it's going to be between. I thought the folks at DORA maybe had a trademark, but we'll find out. In any event, we had a great conversation, and I made it very personal to our situation and where it is. But for people out here who want to get the Void report, this second year of the report, how do they do that, Courtney?
It's pretty simple. You go to thevoid.community, because we can have super weird URLs now.
Absolutely.
And there's a big button that says get the report, and it's super easy. We email it out, anybody who wants it. And we also have we have a newsletter that's going out. Obviously we have blog type stuff. We're launching a new membership program and an advisory network in 2023. So different ways for people to get more involved in this, not just, reading the report, but sharing their incidents or bringing that kind of approach and methodology into their own organizations. So there's a lot more that's going to be happening next year on that front too. But yeah, hit the button and you get the new report, all the details around MTTR, duration, severity. We look at root cause analysis and the different methodologies that people are using, and some that we think are a better mental model for how to approach these kinds of incidents. So there's a whole bunch of additional information in there beyond what we even talked about today.
I love it. Give me the URL again for maybe those who didn't catch it.
Yeah, it's void.community.
Void.community.
Yeah.
And then what about people who want to contribute? I mean, I know you have membership coming, but look, until all that's set up, I'd like to contribute our incidents to the list.
Yeah, definitely.
How would you do that?
I just double checked. I should know this. It's embarrassing. It's thevoid.community. So you guys can, fix that for me.
What do you say about that rocking chair? Thevoid.community.
The Void. There is, I just go there all the time. There's also a forum to submit one-by-one kinds of incidents. If people have a whole lot of write-ups, there's a contact forum, they can get in touch. It's been just me in my ivory tower for the last year or so I don't have like a fancy API built yet. We have a bunch of those kinds of things in the works for next year as well. But I will gladly work with anyone who wants to get their incidents into the Void and make sure that happens.
That would be great. It's worthwhile. I mean, this is I love the idea when we spoke to you about this a year ago. I still love the idea. Keep up the great work, Courtney. I'd love to hear more. And you know what? Now that COVID's receding, hopefully, maybe we'll see you somewhere. But, it's not receding. We all went to AWS.
Based on my friend group, it is not receding. But someday we will do this in person in our collective rocking chairs.
Sounds good to me. Courtney Nash, thevoid.community. Go get this year's report. It's a great report. Check out Verica. It's Verica.io, right?
Yeah, it's Verica.io. Yep.
Excellent.
Thanks,
All
Alan.
right, this is Alan Schimmel. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. About a month ago, I had a chance to catch up with my friend here, Deepak, and I don't think we talked about anything the note said we were going to talk about. We wound up catching up and talking about tech and life and the markets and the state of things, and as we often do when I speak to Deepak. And I invited him back to continue the conversation. And we're going to continue it today. Hopefully, we'll be a little bit more on track.
We'll keep it within the guardrails.
Yeah, that's what we need, guardrails.
There it is, yeah.
But so we're here. For those who don't know, Deepak, your last name.
It's all good. I'm Deepak Giri Dharagopal. I'm CTO at Puppet, now CTO at Perforce Software.
Absolutely. And welcome back, Deepak. And
absolutely.
Usually I have it up in my column and I could sound it out, but it's not in there now.
It's okay. If someone just types in my first name in Puppet, they'll get me. So
it always pops. You're 100% correct.
So Deepak, you and I know each other now 7-8 years, maybe more.
Yep.
And 22 has probably been one of the most interesting years that we've seen in tech in a long time.
In a while, for sure. Yeah.
Yep. And, it's so apropos that here we are today's December 15th when we recorded this. Coming up on the new year, we look back at this year and say, there's been one for the record books. For the first time, we're seeing, some of the unicorns laying off people. And we're seeing the tech labor market really...
the rabbit has the gun in some places.
Yeah, I would say, it's been, somewhat one vantage point says it's a much needed correction, right?
Yes.
Like another vantage point says, well, it's pretty crummy if you're on the receiving end of getting laid off, and is anybody really safe no matter where they work at a particular point in time, during the year? I think probably both things are true. The thing that makes these circumstances kind of interesting, relative to the past like 10 years is, I do think there's a lot that can be fueled in terms of this industry if like money is cheap and people don't really ask too many questions, as long as you keep posting the kind of growth numbers that everybody all collectively want. And yeah, I think as soon as money starts becoming more expensive, it starts to force a lot of folks to start asking questions like, well, now that it's not cheap anymore, is it really invested in the right places? Am I investing this in companies where I actually believe what they're telling me, that they're going to post double-digit growth numbers for the next 5 years? And if I start to get more skeptical about that, then there's a kind of a ripple effect I think that ends up having. So that's how you end up with companies that maybe overall financially and revenue wise aren't that different than what they were doing a year ago or 2 years ago, but the way the conditions are, they no longer have that same route to access the capital that they might need. They're getting pressure from their own investors or their boards to like tighten the belts. And just kind of get the balance sheet more in order in a way that's sympathetic to general economic outlook, which is changing. So I think that's why you're seeing this weird combination of like some companies are claiming they can't hire people fast enough. Yet at the same time, you have a bunch of other companies laying off really good people. You have folks that are like, I'm not worried about finding another job. And you have folks that have still been looking for work for a while, companies that previously you thought for sure were going to go public this year. And market sentiments have changed.
Time to go public. Yeah. So
you're right. I think part of it is just the nature of the beast of the venture-backed startup world is basically companies raise money that'll last them 12, 18 months at the outside. So if you had companies that raised money in 2021, they could sit out 2022 and hope 2023 is a better year if they conserve their money.
I would say fortunate with the timing, right?
Right. If they had raised money before, let's say February of 2022, March 2022, if they raised money in 2020, though, thinking they'd raise money again in maybe 2022,
it's tough.
Those are the companies that have said, maybe we need to just cut back,
especially those companies that are larger, where the kind of the amount of capital they're looking to raise is really big. Because now the bigger the price tag, the more scrutiny there is, perhaps justifiably so, right?
I think that just saw it this week with Sneak. I don't know if you follow Sneak there in DevSecOps.
Right. They had announced some layoffs just a month or two ago.
Just a month ago, and that was coming after some previous. I think this might be the third one this year. So.
Yeah, but they also this month, just this week, announced a huge round. At a crazy not a crazy, but a very high valuation.
Yeah,
like it's $7.4 billion valuation.
From my perspective, it's like. Whenever people are talking to me about like, hey, I'm thinking about maybe joining this particular company, it's a lot of the sensible stuff that maybe you didn't have to care as much about before, but it's like, can you find out how much runway they have? Do you have any understanding of, what's kind of their plan in terms of raising capital and when, and just use that to make kind of a smarter decision, as opposed to 4 or 5 years ago where it's like, yeah, whatever. I take a job at this place. Yeah, it folds.
Don't raise crazy money.
I'll get a new job within 24 hours, right? And might be a little more challenging now, just given the kind of the changing nature of a lot of the macro stuff. I think that's going on.
Well, there's another element too that we haven't touched on, Deepak, and that's the whole work from anywhere thing.
Yeah.
I think in 2020 and 2021 and even 2022. It was cool. I don't care if you work from Lisbon, Portugal, or Maui, Hawaii, or San Francisco.
Yeah.
Right? Because we don't have an office. No one's coming to the office anyway.
True. Yeah.
Now a lot of companies are saying, it doesn't work for everyone. Yeah, there are some positions that are remote. Some things work better in the office.
Yeah. I think that's, I imagine a lot of companies are still trying to work out culturally kind of where they stand on this stuff. I have a lot of biases. I've always been remote at Puppet. Puppet's a big open source centric company, and you can't count on the entire open source community being in one place, let alone one country or time zone, right? So there's kind of an inherent distribution there. What I will say, though, is I think there's enough critical mass of companies now that I think it's hard for anyone to really credibly claim that, like, well, innovation can really only happen if you have people in a room. It's like there's enough counterexamples. I just don't believe it. I never believed it. Now I think it's like the emperor has no clothes. I think there's also arguments, that a lot of these companies are making of the form. And I hear this a lot. I won't mention any company specifically, but it's like, well, we spent all this money on this office space and it's really nice. And we have the barista and the on-site laundry and all these other things. Like if people are working from wherever, they won't be, they're almost not, there was the shock and awe campaign to basically appeal to people that wanted to be on site. If people don't want to be on site anymore, you lose the allure of something that A, potentially was very expensive, and B, maybe that was a big part of that company's plan on how to keep people retained. So I think now that there's more there's more freedom. And that's not to say, obviously, I'm not trying to dunk on people that are like, I just prefer to work in an office. Like it's completely fine, right? Like people are more productive in different ways. But I think now there's just, it's hard for me to take a step back soberly and look at like all of these like really top tech companies that are like, you just can't really be creative and successful unless you're on site. And I'm like, during the pandemic, when you all shut down, you were posting record profits. So
you betcha.
Obviously.
No, there's a disconnect there. But I think
the flip side of that, though, is, we've all heard these stories of people who have 2 full-time jobs. Of the quiet quitters, as they call them, who do the minimum they have to do to kind of stay on payroll, and but they're not working
more than 4 hours a day. I think it's a cultural thing.
I think to me, I feel that at a high level, if me as a tech worker, prior to the pandemic, people would say like, here's an executive job, you want to be a CTO over here, but you have to move to Chicago, you have to move to Manhattan, and then like, nah. As soon as the pandemic happened, now everything that comes across my desk is we don't care where you work. So for me, that opens up a larger set of possibilities. And for those companies looking to find people, there's a way bigger pool. So are there going to be folks that are kind of, you could argue, taking advantage of the system, or you could argue maybe they're just taking full use of the system that previously was extracting a lot out of them? Regardless of which bucket you put it in, to me, I would say that in general, my opinion is the more competition there is for positions, that's probably better for the company. And the bigger of a labor pool there is, I think that tends to oftentimes be better for workers. It works both ways, right? Like, if an engineer has a lot of choice, an
engineer does, and they do. Someone a CTO.
Here's my take on this, and I worked remote from 2001 through 2010, and
then when I started
early in on the trend. Yeah.
Well, because my company was based in Boulder, I was only there 2 days a week, and then I was either home in Florida or on the road. And I opened up when we first started Media Ops, DevOps.com. I opened an office because it was just me and Parker, my salesperson, and it was easy. Here's the thing. Working from home isn't for everyone.
Yeah,
just the same way working in an office full-time may not be for everyone.
Yep.
Working from home, you've got to have the discipline and responsibility to work from home. And it's counterintuitive. You got to know when to shut down. You can't be on 24 hours a day.
That's what I do. I try to treat it like this is me going to the office.
Otherwise, you burn out. And when you are on, though, you're on. That's
I think we saw a lot of this right when the lockdown started to happen, and companies, were sort of forced to precipitously go remote. We saw this at Puppet because, it's easy to say, oh yeah, just work from home. Everyone gets to work from home now. Obviously, isn't that better? There were a lot of folks, especially I think the folks that were younger, where they're like, I don't have a room to myself at home.
I've seen. I do interviews with you'd be surprised what I see here.
Yeah,
I could tell you stories about naked spouses walking in the background.
That's for the tell-all book. Yeah. No, but I think it's a reasonable thing, right? Like if you're prepared for it. I guess what I would say is this. I think, clearly this has had a huge effect on the labor market, general economic outlook, as well as the rise of distributed work, I think has shaken things up in a lot of different ways. To me, I think it means a couple of things. I think as a company, if you were relying on on-site perks to retain people, you need to really check yourself at this point.
That.
I think if you're a worker and you think you can just this company can never get rid of me. I happen to have like special skills and I'm going to work like 4 other jobs simultaneously. Well, there's a lot of competition for your job now from people that work everywhere, potentially places with lower cost of living than you. You probably also need to check yourself as well. I think if you're in management, and you previously just have experience managing people on site, you kind of manage by walking around, you establish these physical relationships with people, and now you're managing teams that are spread out across time zones. You probably need to get accustomed to learning a different set of skills in order to keep these kinds of teams together, because the relationships are just different now. So I think a lot is very different. Hard for me to say in the future whether this is going to be positive or negative, but in general, I think like most other industries, when there's more competition for positions and the workers have more choice available where they can work, usually I think that turns out okay, but remains to be seen how well the industry adapts. The one thing I will say, and maybe I'll end with this, but like, I think the companies that have made it a priority to figure out how to succeed in this kind of environment are the ones with the best chance of actually succeeding. And the ones that are kind of in denial, or they're sort of hoping it'll just go back, I'll pass my mandate to force everybody to come back to the office, and they're surprised that a lot of people quit. Is it going to be, are they going to implode like, I don't know, Twitter? Probably not, but are they potentially going to get depositioned in the market by a company that can excel in this environment? I think the likelihood is definitely there. So I would encourage other people, whether you're in charge or whether you're hands on keyboards, to just be aware of the change that's going on and see if you can work in concert with the change. Because I think that's kind of the way the winds are blowing. I don't think we're going to see this dial back anytime soon, so.
Absolutely. You know what? We have a few minutes left. I want to talk a little bit about what you see going on in the ops world, ops community.
Oh my goodness.
SRE's huge. So much stuff's huge.
I think it's big. I think a couple of major things that I'll just go through pretty quickly. I think number one, ops world is no stranger to the economic stuff we just talked about. So you're seeing consolidation, teams being squeezed, people getting laid off. In general, I think it's kind of what's happened in previous economic recessions, where you have a smaller number of people managing the same amount of stuff, where the pressure remains the same as it was before. So, I think that puts more pressure on ops teams to kind of just understand and rationalize all the stuff they have. And if things are getting consolidated, they may be dealing with a more heterogeneous environment than they ever were dealing with before, with less time and less people to deal with it. So, it always rolls downhill, right? And sometimes the ops people who carry the pagers are often the ones that feel the sting of these kinds of things, which is unfortunate, but I sympathize with them a lot. I think number two is, as a potential reaction to this, you're starting to see more of a rise of platform engineering teams, where companies are like, look, we need to have operations people for sure, but rather than have them do break fix, can we have them do more strategic work where they're building out kind of an infrastructure platform that's more self-service for other people inside of the company, both as a way of constraining the mandate of those ops teams to give them back some sanity, and at the same time, hopefully letting the rest of their company get access to infrastructure and things like that in a self-service way, as opposed to putting something on the ticket treadmill and waiting 12 days for it to come out the other end. I think all this stuff is related, though, where, I think org structures are oftentimes reactions to economic things that are going on where you couldn't survive with the structure you had before. And I think that's creating pressure for new tools, better methodologies. But the one thing that hasn't changed is, if you think it's any easier now to hire someone with, 4 years of Kubernetes experience that knows all of the entire cloud native computing foundation logo landscape in their brain, I don't think that's any cheaper or more available now than it was before. And if anything, if they've downsized, I think there's a compelling argument now, I think, for a lot of IT leaders to take fresh eyes at the applications they have. Does it make sense to re-architect this thing if it's going to take labor to maintain it that I can't find or afford? I think it's worth it. And again, that's different than a couple of years ago, when labor was always there. You could always find people if you're willing to pay them enough, and you could probably always pay them enough because you're more or less printing money in your basement off of AdWords or whatever. The tap is not running as freely, which kind of means that you have to start taking a fresh look, more pragmatic look, I guess I would say. I feel old when I say be pragmatic. That wasn't me.
Yeah, but it's the sensible thing.
I think the other thing is, look, feeding into the pragmatism is we have greater maturity in some of the solutions that you're working with out there.
That's true.
And we have more experience to look at in terms of, if you want to say the whole ops role is sort of changed with the advent of DevOps and SRE and these kind of things. Yes, it has, but we also have more of a record to look at to say, hey, this works, this doesn't work.
No, we know. I mean, we can, and I think that's the thing that always breaks my heart the most is when I see here's an emerging trend, but they're making a lot of the same mistakes. Here's like a brand new tool chain that shakes everything up. If only everyone could get on board with these tools, they would be fine. And I'm like, speaking as someone who literally built a company around a really popular automation tool, the tooling is not in itself enough.
It's still people and process too.
There's the people, the culture, all the it's the whole thing, right? So it's not. I guess I would say to me,
that's a problem in our world, right? We have shiny trinket syndrome.
It is, and 2022, coming to the end of 22, I guess what I would say is, there's no shortage of tools, and the tools are better than they've ever been, and there's more of them, and they're easier to kind of just wrap your brain around than ever before, I could argue, and yet. The biggest issue I see when I talk to companies that are trying to deal with these problems, we're just operators, hands on keyboards, folks, is it's not the lack of tools, it's the absorption capacity. It's how would I actually absorb this and use it? And what's that going to mean? What's that going to take? Do I have enough people? Do I have enough time? Do I have enough latitude? Or am I basically woken up every day to do break fix on something and I never have time to look at it? So I think it's a full spectrum thing, as it's always been. But again, we've been looking at this industry for a while. So I think we've seen the pitfalls. Like we know where it's gone wrong. And it's always been the case that absorption is a huge deal. So I would just encourage anyone watching this, if you're at a company building new tools or if you're thinking about adopting them, just think about what your actual capacity to absorb this stuff really is. Because you might be surprised. You might overestimate your ability to absorb radical new stuff.
You know what else? And we're out of time, but something I've seen from where I sit, Deepak, is, especially when you go to larger organizations, it's the amount of tools that overlap, right? I've got 5 different tools doing the same job. This team uses that. The guys in Chicago do that. The Indian folks do this one, and our EMEA team is standardized on that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more of that than you think.
Oh yeah, it's like at the micro level, individual team tooling probably helps a lot. Don't mean to, dismiss that.
No, I know.
But at a macro level,
you got to manage 6.
Yeah, has the cure become? Is the cure worse than the disease, so to speak, at that level? Maybe it's a good problem to have potentially, but honestly, a lot of these companies, again, it's like you adopt tool after tool after tool, thinking it's going to solve these problems in isolation. And now what you've done is you've solved one set of smaller problems and just created potentially more bigger ones.
Absolutely.
And people need to be mindful of that trade-off. But it's the same stuff we've been telling people for a while. I just think now there's maybe enough change in the external environment around these ops teams, whether it's the money, the labor, the overall economy, that now hopefully it's giving people more reason to be thoughtful about these kinds of changes than they were before. But you know me, I'm an optimist. I always have faith in.
Look, you know what? There's a pony there somewhere. 2022.
Absolutely.
Deepak, we'll have you back on early in 2023. We'll continue the conversation.
Always happy to chat with you.
For now, though, for people who want to stay up to date on Puppet, where do you sign them? Just to the Puppet website?
Oh yeah, you can just visit puppet.com. We got a lot of new good stuff coming, especially if anyone's an open source user of Puppet. We got new major version 8 coming out sometime soon. So definitely get involved. Would love to talk with you all.
Cool. Hey man, it was great seeing you. Happy holidays, happy New Year, and let's continue the conversation.
Absolutely. Cheers.
All right. Hey, we're going to take a break on Techstrong TV. We'll be back in just a moment.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
Previously on Engineering the Change.
So we're making this presentation of $10,000. You got it? We had a tough time. We couldn't pick the finalists. You guys are all great. We think you're really great engineers. So you're in.
Oh my gosh, awesome.
So yeah, we want to make this contribution to your life.
So much.
And we're going to award Stephanie Sanchez as one of our 3 Spring 2022 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship.
I will do my best to be successful and to help other women and other people.
With this opportunity that Techstrong and Todd introduced me to, I hope to introduce it to others just like myself and give back to my community and show them that, software engineering is cool. It's not just for nerds.
So I hope to be able to continue to put the people aspect in technology as we help others around us. I'm so grateful to be able to be a part of this. Thank you.
So I started Boca Code because there's a lack of talent, not a lack of talent, there's plenty of talented people here in Boca and in Palm Beach County, but there's a lot of startup and tech companies here, and they're all really hungry for good dev talent. Welcome everybody, thank you so much for coming to our 6th new student orientation for Boca Code.
My name is Carly.
Hey, I'm Donald.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm looking forward to today. I'm really excited. I'll see what this journey has to offer.
I decided to change my career and I choose the best school in Florida.
Over the past year or so, I've felt a hunch that I want to do something different, and I started looking into tech.
I stumbled upon Boca Code and I met Todd, and immediately when I walked in here, I felt I was at home. So much. We've been doing basic JavaScript, functions, variables, loops.
So one of the things that you'll realize here is that the help outnumbers the students. The next 10 weeks is going to be really rough, and it's going to be really rough for about 10 weeks. Everyone in here is going to want to quit like 3 or 4 times a day. We've got our mama duck. So what advice do you have for them, Victoria?
So it's very hard, and I'm trying to put this on your brain. It's really gonna depend on you guys.
This is probably one of the most amazing journey you're gonna embark on. Also the most challenging.
If you need help, speak up. If you need to talk to someone, you can come to me.
For most of you, maybe all of you, this is probably gonna be the hardest thing you ever had to do.
We're here so that you can take the best of each of us and become something even better. Typically, throughout the cohort, you guys will go through this, right? So here you are, you start out, the first day, you're like, wow, I'm learning to code. And then day 2, you're like, oh my God, I don't know shit. And then you spend about 9 weeks in the pit of despair here, or the desert of despair, before you hit this upswing of awesome.
It's been chaos. There are days where I understand stuff, there are days I'm just kind of lost, but it's always reassuring that I always have someone to go to who can assist me, whether it's before class, during breaks and whatnot, so that's kind of nice.
There's about 7 times more developer positions than there are developers. And we want to also help people, change their lives and take people out of, careers that they don't like, careers where they're not making money. So if you're feeling at all down or lost, right? Compared to the last cohort, you guys are way ahead of the game. Over the next 10 weeks, there will be many, many times where you're going to feel stupid. You're gonna have to get comfortable with that. But then when you solve that problem, when you come out and you get into this upswing of awesome, you have to celebrate it. Take a moment when you solve a problem to actually celebrate and get excited. And it's cool, like you see somebody across the room do that and you're like, yeah. You get to like experience that high with them a little bit, and it's really fun.
It's okay to be scared because especially if you from zero experience like I was, it's scared as hell, but work hard, practice.
This week was very challenging. We have a lot of challenge.
The most interesting thing I've learned this week is how to, use visual code.
So today is the last day of week 1, and to say the least, it has been a whirlwind. The roller coaster of understanding something one moment and then feeling lost the next.
I gave you, we given an array, like a list of names, and then we say like, is this person in your list of names? One way you could have solved this, we have to write a function. So let's call it, are they my friend? Right? And this takes a friends list, we'll call it friend list, and a name, and it's gonna return true or false, right? If that name exists in your friend list.
One of my most challenging moments so far have been readjusting how I think and process information.
Of everything we do, arguably retrospective is one of the most important. It might seem like really casual, and we try and make it really casual and fun and chill and like a fun way to end the week. I don't want you to ever discount it, the importance of retro.
Okay, so basically what we do is that we say our highs and lows for the week, basically how you feel and how high or how low you felt this week.
My high this week has been actually starting, because I know this is the beginning of like the rest of my life, as corny as it sounds. Yeah. So I think that's the high. And the low is probably every time I go home to do some work. And I'm like, I thought I understood, but then I gotta look it up and stuff or look over notes.
Yesterday was the worst day in my life.
Exactly.
But as I know, learning is challenging. I will put myself to learn more. But yesterday was just... Where's Zach? So it was great.
High is definitely getting started. It's been awesome. Like, everybody here is awesome. The whole experience so far is awesome. Lows would be Diary's jokes. Another high, loops. Even though I dealt with so many the loops today, but I'm starting to get it. So besides that, that's pretty much it.
everybody. Welcome to DevOps Unbound. We have another exciting episode for you here from Techstrong Group. My name is Mitch Ashley. I'm CTO of Techstrong Group and also principal with our analyst firm, Techstrong Research. We have a great panel. You know, this is one of the best things about this job is assembling just some fantastic people, both new and folks that we have known for a while too. Our topic today is we're talking about test quality or quality over quantity. How much testing is appropriate? Do we test less? Do we focus on the right kind of testing? What's the approach we should take? We can automate so much, but are we automating the right things and spending our time where we need to? We've got some experts in the testing field that are on our panel today. So before we do that, I want to thank our sponsors. That's Tricentis, sponsors DevOps Unbound. They've been a sponsor with us for a couple of years now and play an integral role in helping us put together these conversations and think of panelists. So even though the show isn't about their product specifically, they're contributing as a thought leader in the space of DevOps and software testing. And I think is a good example, perfect example of a company who is also contributing back through this kind of leadership opportunity. So DevOps Unbound is a bi-weekly show that we record episodes and appears on Techstrong.tv. And we also have live roundtables that we do. So be sure and check out our schedule. You can find out on DevOps.com for the roundtables. So let's jump to our topic. I want to start first by introducing our panel. So I'm just going to pick, I'm going to pick the new person. Kristen has not been on, and I found Kristen's book and I said, this is a person we've got to have on because she seems fantastic looking at her book and what she's done. So Kristen, would you introduce yourself?
Sure thing. Hi, I'm Kristen Jackfoni. I am a Principal Engineer 3 for software testing at Paylocity, which is an HR and payroll software company. And as mentioned, I am also the author of the new book, The Complete Software Tester, which is now available on Amazon. It talks about all different aspects of software testing, manual, automated, security testing, performance testing. So if you are interested in those things, definitely check it out.
I would highly recommend checking that out for sure. Congratulations on your book.
Thanks.
It's a labor of love, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Next, I'd love to introduce Excel. Welcome, and again, returning guest. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a Java developer, so I'm a Java champion, but I have done all in my career from DevOps, manager, IT. So most of my sessions are about testing, how, when, why, and how to make it the most cost effective.
Excellent. Fantastic. Next, I'd love to introduce another, I say, prolific author. Lee's been with us before and some things. Welcome, Lee.
Thanks, Mitch. It's great to be here. My name's Lee Atchison. I'm an O'Reilly author. My second book with O'Reilly is coming out this week called Overcoming IT Complexity. And I also wrote the book Architecting for Scale. I have a regular article series on Container Journal, weekly for Container Journal. I write for InfoWorld. I write for Digitomica. I do consulting for customers. I spent 8 years with New Relic and 8 years with Amazon and AWS. And so I have a lot of experience in the cloud and the cloud native and application modernization business process. And that's the expertise I bring to my customers.
And the battle scars to show for it, I'm sure.
Yes.
Sean, welcome. New guest, Sean from Tricentis. Tell us about yourself.
Hi, thanks. I'm Sean Jakes. I've been in software for over 20 years, mostly on the vendor side. I started with IBM and a number of different areas there, and then BMC Software, GitHub for a while, and then into testing with Testum, and they got acquired by Tricentis. So really kind of seeing both the dev and the ops side of things from those different companies and, from different roles like product management and strategy and product marketing. So getting lots of customer interaction and really trying to understand what their pain points are.
Fantastic. How long ago was that acquisition? It was fairly recent.
It was February. So yeah, not too long ago, coming up on a year.
Okay. So under a year. That's always fun, interesting, and congratulations on getting acquired and then you live in the new world, right?
It was a big change for us. A lot of new process that we hadn't had before. So yeah.
You're joining a great company with Tricentis for sure. Well, great. Let's go to our topic here. So, I've been part of software teams my whole life, and the question of how much testing is enough, it's sort of like how much security is enough, right? How much testing is enough? And in my earlier experience, it was the linear waterfall process of all of your time got compressed out of testing and documentation, that you just kind of squeezed in whatever you had time left. And we've really done a great job of kind of rethinking that with DevOps and shifting left and doing a lot of things to automate things. But it's still, I think, a burning question of there's so many kinds of testing to do and how much testing, what's appropriate to automate, because then you got to maintain all that stuff. It's a real challenge. And there's even a school of thought that says, you know what, if we can deliver software fast enough, we might be able to do less testing because we can fix it quicker. Kind of a counterintuitive thought there. So, Lee, I'd like you to start out the conversation and just give us your thoughts on sort of how much is enough and how do you decide?
I'd love to. And of course, like everything else that we do, it all depends on context. And, someone developing a desktop application for in the healthcare industry is going to have a different set of testing requirements as someone's building a SaaS application. Right? I tend to focus more on the SaaS application world and that sort of environment. And in there, we're really coming to the fruition that the key thing you have to realize is that the cost of a failure is dropping dramatically. The faster you can fix a problem, the lower you can make your cycle time, the less cost a defect has. And the less cost a defect has, the less valuable testing is in general, and the less important it is to the application. And really soon here now, and in some cases, I think we've already hit this, but really soon here, we're going to be coming to the place where the learnings you get from seeing failures outweigh the cost of the failure itself. And once we get to that point, every time something breaks and you fix it right away, you learn something about what your customers expected that you didn't understand, or about the way the software worked that you didn't understand. You learn something valuable. And once the value of that is high enough, there's actually value in making mistakes, and there's value in learning from those mistakes. So as long as we detect mistakes early, fix them quickly, learn from the mistakes and move on, failure is not bad. Failure is good. And failure actually can be valuable to the building of the application. But all those things have to be true for this to be the case. And that's not obviously the case with all types of applications. But with the online SaaS world of online applications, it's very quickly becoming that.
Interesting perspective, because if your velocity is such that you can react that quickly.
Exactly.
You see your point about you can handle issues. And I definitely agree with the failure is rather than not an option, it'll happen. It's always going to happen. So learn from it. So who'd like to jump in next? Your opinion, counter opinion, whatever you'd like.
No, I loved your answer, Lee. And actually, one of my sessions is failure is not an option, it's a fact. And I agree with you. There are, we learn a lot from failure. So there are exploratory tests to see what our customers want. We need that. And when we fail on that kind of test, it's fantastic. But there are others which are more repeatable. So those kind of failures are not adding anything to our development process. Mm-hmm. So for example, having a test to prevent regression tests still makes sense. Because if it's a project that it's going to be in refactor for whatever reason, you still want to be able to move forward. Even if you're not adding any functionality, you still want to know when you broke things. Right. And the actual impact on your customer of saying, you broke this like 3 months ago and you break it now again. So what are we playing here? So we have to strike a balance for this kind. And the other topic that I want to bring and see the opinion of the panel is developers should test, our quality and assurance team should test. Where do we meet? What is the separation of concerns?
I can definitely jump into that question because, of course, this is an area that I'm very passionate about. So my feeling is the whole team should be testing, and how that gets divided up is really going to depend on the team. It's going to depend on the product. It's going to depend on the underlying architecture. But I definitely think the model of making sure that the developers are writing the unit tests, I think is very important. I think API tests, UI tests, those can be shared by both developers and testers alike. One model that I've seen that has worked really, really well is having the developers put together the testing framework. Like, here's what let's say our API automation solution is going to look like. We've set it up. We've got a couple of sample tests in here, and then the testers can start contributing to that test suite. Same thing for the UI tests. You want to make sure, and I'm a big fan of having way more API tests than you're having UI tests, because UI tests are slow and flaky. They're going to fail. So you want to have as few of those as possible, but you also want to make sure that you're reducing the amount of flakiness by having the developers really contribute their expertise to. This is what a solid testing framework is going to look like. And so then the testers can contribute in a way that's going to write stable tests.
I think that all makes sense. One thing I just want to go back to is Lee had kind of put out there that, if we learn from our mistakes and we're failing quickly, then we can, we actually benefit a lot from those failures. And the only thing is that there's a big if in there, if we learn. And my dad used to say, if a buzzard had a jukebox on his back, we'd hear music from the skies.
I've not heard that one before.
He tweaked it a little bit. It wasn't on his back, but anyway.
Okay.
I'll just say that what's really important is that we have the data to actually learn from that, and then so we understand why did something fail, and we understand when failures are recurring. There's similar types of failures, or there are failures that are happening for an underlying cause that. Maybe it's not related to the test at all. Maybe it's related to the network connections that we have in my test environment. Maybe it's related to, just the environment setup. And, how do I learn from that information and fix underlying problems and continuously improve?
I still remember earlier in my career, one of my developers saying, well, the user's not supposed to do that. Yes, they are, and they're going to do lots of things.
The world would be so much easier without customers,
I know. If they would only not do that. Well, it's interesting because I kind of feel like we've gone from, and I don't want to be derogatory in any way, but we were so focused on coverage, right? Yeah. Just, do I have everything covered? And this idea of eliminating failure, to trying to be really smart about where not only what we're testing, how we're testing it, and how much of it we are testing. Like, for example, we know there's parts of code that rarely get executed. Maybe less of a focus on that as opposed to the things that are, the normative through the track. We always want to make sure that flows as best as possible. Philosophies like that. So I think your point about the data, Sean, of, it isn't just the test result, pass or fail. It's what does it tell us about, what do we learn from running those tests, right? Even if they passed, right? What do we know from it? I'd love your thoughts on that. Say some more.
Yeah. So like just thinking about, it's patterns are hard to detect a lot of times. And especially when you're just, thinking about, you're not using data to do that. So, we see somebody, in real life, and coincidence become, we apply bigger meaning to it. But when we really think about, data and testing, it's how can we track data over time, and how can we apply, like test results over time to really understand what the trends are. So, one technique is to apply reason codes to failures and to trend those over time, for instance. And so then you start to get patterns, and you understand, hey, is it a bug in the app that causes failure? Is it a flaky test that causes failure? Is it a environmental issue or a network issue? And you start to follow those patterns, and then you say, hey, because I have so much of my failures are caused by flaky tests, let's spend a bunch of time working on the flaky test issue, or let's spend a bunch of time working on the environmental issue. And then all of a sudden, your passing rates start to increase, and you start to spend less time troubleshooting failures that didn't really add anything to the value of the application.
Yeah, that's a real critical point. I think the worst time you can spend is time debugging problems that had nothing to do with problems with the application itself.
That's right.
Chasing down those rabbit trails that end up not resulting in that. How do you are there some strategies that can help you know you're on the wrong path and not spending your time effectively?
I think it's important to think about just the amount of time you are spending on something versus the amount of reward that you're getting for it. If you've got a lot of UI tests that are running in 3 different browsers or on 4 different devices, and you are constantly seeing failures day after day after day, those tests are not going to provide value because everyone is going to ignore them. If they get a message that says, hey, 20 of your 50 tests failed today, nobody's even going to bother to look at them. And similarly, if you have a test, so here's an example I had, this was years ago, but I was trying to test an email was sent. And so I went through all of this trouble trying to, get into the Gmail application and make sure that the email had been delivered. And that test was so flaky, and I spent so much time on it. Finally, I realized this is not providing me any value. I'd be better off just manually checking this myself. And then a few years later, because apparently the pain of that mistake was not great enough, I tried again. And this time I thought, oh, well, I'll use the Google API to try and get that email. And the same thing happened. The value of it, because sometimes the email was delayed, when you're dealing with a time delay, you're going to get flakiness. I realized that's too much time. I'm spending too much time on this. This should be just left as a manual check.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lee.
Oh, I was going to say, so yeah, I want to insert a phrase here that I think we all are kind of talking about, and that is cycle time, right? In fact, I talk a lot about this in my article that was published last week in Container Journal called Failure is a Secret of Success. But it talks about cycle time and how cycle time has changed in software development over the years. Back in the real olden days with punch cards, and actually I did a few programs in punch cards, so I dated myself there. How long it took you to take a stack of cards, wait physically in line for your time to use the computer, get those read in, run the program, send it back. All that whole process of making a change was so long and so expensive that you didn't dare have any mistakes in that deck, because you lose so much time. And as time has gone on, we moved from that obviously to prepackaged software where the cycle time to fix a defect still could be years. If you send out software to a company like Microsoft Word, right, out to a company in a prepackaged box and then found a bug and fixed it, how do you get that to your customers? It could be a long cycle time before the customer buys an updated copy or gets an updated copy. And little by little, we've been reducing cycle time, where now in many cases, cycle time is a matter of minutes, right? I mean, for web applications, you can deploy a new change, and depending on how fast your pipeline is, you can get a new change up in a matter of minutes. That's a world of difference than what it used to be. And I think talking about cycle time and related to testing makes a lot of sense because the longer the cycle time, the more valuable testing is to you.
Yeah, I think that's really great. Just one thing to add there is that you mentioned how that there's you had to have those cards perfect. You had to know that they had to be perfect. And, when you don't feel like you have a good gateway on your tests, that you're really going to catch things at the end, then the developers have to be really perfect with their code too, right? And you also, so you can extend your cycle time at the beginning and the development phase if you don't feel comfortable that your tests are actually catching what you want. So, having that good kind of safety net before things release is another way to help give the developers confidence so that they can actually experiment more and not be so worried that they have to have 100% coverage on their code before they release something. So, yeah.
Well, on that regard, I'm coming from the Java world, and I have sit down with the author of Jacoco. And one of the things that it's Java code coverage. So that is a tool that we use in the Java world, like de facto tool. There is no project that doesn't run it. And his words is, I regret this, because then teams and companies equaled one number with a goal. And then when we start gaming the system, and then they are starting to become meaningless. So yes, I agree with you. Pursuing these goals at some point, it doesn't matter. On the other hand, even if we spend a lot of time in a test, sometimes we need to decide as a developers, are we going to mock it? Are we going to stop it? Or if it's too complex, maybe this is a reflection of the architecture. Maybe we have to break down this class because it's too big. There are many concerns. So the complexity of the test is reflecting something about our projects, our libraries, or components. So
that's a great point.
Yes. So spending a lot of time on a test can even bring us some perspective on what we're doing.
Yeah, I'd love to expand on that more, because I can reflect back on situations where testing certain scenarios, there's always creating the environment to simulate the test, but just the logic to test certain conditions can be extremely convoluted. And maybe it goes, and I hadn't thought about it at the time. Maybe that is part of the software architecture, the design. Have anybody run into that before?
Something similar. And this is something I talk with my developers. It's like, if you're relying, for example, in throwing exceptions and verifying the functionality as a side effect, see the problem with I saying that. You are using a side effect to verify something. So this should already tell you that we have to sit down and rethink this test. So
I think some of the modern application architecture patterns are trying to work towards that too, right? So the whole idea behind microservice patterns is that you take the complexity out of the software and put it into the interconnection in the system of the components that make up the software, so that you can understand, comprehend, and therefore test an individual component much easier and simpler. And it can be owned by someone and managed and operated by someone relatively simply. It doesn't remove the complexity of your entire application. It moves it outwards, but it does do a lot towards allowing you to build these components, these bricks, these Lego bricks, if you will, to build up the application in an isolated manner and have a higher level of assurance that those bricks themselves are what you expect them to be.
One thing I'd like to jump in on, which is something that Lee mentioned a little bit at the beginning, is thinking about the level of risk involved. And there are some areas of some applications where the risk is just so great that you want to make sure, you don't want to ever have a failure. So I work for an HR and payroll company, and we don't ever want to have someone not get paid because, oops, we released something that, wasn't quite perfect. Or another consideration would be security. Like, we don't ever want to accidentally open up a security hole in an API and not have that immediately detected, because some malicious user is going to take that and try to get information about somebody's bank account or something like that. So we definitely want to make sure that those tests that have the greatest risk, if they were to fail, are the ones that we are making sure to include.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's it is really a risk reward trade-off, right? And because it's, you will have defects in your software, period. Every software has defects. You will have defects, you will have problems. So we can spend our time and energy trying to pound them into oblivion, or we can take a look and say, well, is this important? Is this important? If a problem occurs here that we don't know what it is that going to cause a serious issue or a minor issue? And so those are important discussions, and those are all risk analysis discussions.
Reminds me of Excel, your point about failure is not an option. Actually, the saying should be, dying in space isn't an option. Right? Not making payroll. We're going to, they made thousands of mistakes to try to figure out how to get the scrubbers to take the CO2 out of the air, right? So your payroll is we are going to get payroll out. That's got to happen. So you're going to optimize for some things that are extremely important. The risks are much higher if failure happens there. So, by the way, dying in space, I don't think that's going to be pleasant for anybody. So, I'd love to hear you talk some more, Kristen, about. So when you have that clear of a mission, how do you treat certain parts of your testing strategy around that kind of a goal versus other testing that you do across the applications?
Well, at Paylocity, we have all of our application areas are divided up into teams. So one team strategy is going to look very different from another team strategy. So, for example, the payroll team, they probably have a lot more API tests, unit tests, and a lot more tests. Even going up the chain into production. And then something else to consider also is just the test itself. You don't want the test to fail in that it accidentally pays somebody who shouldn't be paid. And so sometimes when you're dealing with something like payroll, you have to think about that. And then, we've got other areas of the application that maybe are not as critical, but are, the shiny new parts of the application. For example, we've got a community social application that's part of our product offering. And so we want users to make sure that they're having a really good experience there as well. And there's probably going to be a lot more UI related testing associated with that, because you want to make sure if people are uploading a photo that the photo is going to display and that kind of thing. So you have to consider all of the factors. And then another thing to consider too is when you're talking about continuous deployment, you want to put the most important tests in your CD pipeline, but that doesn't mean you can't test other stuff at other times too. So you can have like a complete suite, that takes 2 hours to run that's running overnight, and isn't causing anybody's build to fail or anything like that. So you can also give that a consideration. Where and when are these tests going to run?
That's a great point. I hear so many companies saying that our test suite takes, 18 hours to run, so we can never do a CI/CD pipeline. No. Let's talk about how we set this up, right? You have that test running continuously. Have it run once a day, on a snapshot, a once-a-day snapshot, and then just anytime a problem comes up, report it back. And that's like a chaos monkey sort of approach, right? You're just having something going off and running and trying to break things continuously and reporting back its results. But what you do for your CI/CD pipeline is more a matter of, is this thing going to be catastrophic or is it going to be okay, right? And that's the sort of test you want to put there. It's a very different set of test suites you want to have for that.
Actually,
that goes to Build Fridays. I just got some chills, but test fails over the weekend, right?
Right.
Sorry, Excel, you were jumping in. I jumped on top of that.
Sorry, no, it was my bad. But even that, if they start failing your CI/CD pipeline, it's a little bit too late for me, because as a developer, you should be even running some set of tests before doing the pull request, before pushing. Because if something fails that is critical at this point, and your test either by the CI/CD or your full set of suite of tests is going to fail in 24 hours, the cost of changing context for the developer sometimes is huge. So you're not only doing a bad service by not running some tests, but you're also paying an extra and overhead time as a developer by not doing it. So having different types of tests run at the server, at the developer's environment, then at the CI/CD. And as Kristen said, maybe you have more complex during the weekends, maybe once a month, maybe during the nights. That having that strategies, it's for me, it's basic.
Sean, I know Tricentis is a very comprehensive and a test from a test tool company. I'd love to get your perspective on this too, because now we can create environments on developers' laptops that do a pretty darn good job of simulating some of the environment, or a lot of the environment. They can develop on the plane and essentially run a good portion of the tests. How do you look at the whole DevOps pipeline and what testing to do where?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I mean, we advocate for the pyramid, the testing pyramid kind of approach, but I'll just say that there's, when you think about like the Git process, right? You're going to create your tests, you're going to create them into a branch, you're going to create those tests in your code in your branch, and you commit it back. And when you commit it back, you should be running tests on your commits, and then think about when that pull request is merging it back in, then you run tests on those. And then when you have a release candidate, you run bigger suites of tests. So it kind of just builds on each other at each level, some with just unit tests, some with integration tests, some with the more extensive UI tests. All can be triggered from the CI/CD pipeline, and that's the way. I mean, 2/3 of our testing customers are running their UI tests in their CI/CD. So I think it's all kind of relates together. If I was to just kind of tie back to that earlier conversation we're having a little bit more about the risk-based testing and how I think it's super important. I mean, you can't test everything, or you shouldn't test everything, and so the tough part is you can identify. Where Kristen says, yes, payroll is really important. We want everybody to be paid. It's how does other companies identify the right spot where I have to spend more time, right? And if we can use some sort of usage-based analytics to understand where the usage is, or to understand where the most likely failures are, or the biggest impact of that, something that helps us with data to better identify where we should be spending our time on testing. I think that would be kind of the holy grail, if you will, of helping us to narrow down what we need to test and when we need to test it, rather than just kind of relying on people's intuition, which happens, I think, a lot in a lot of companies.
Yeah, I totally agree. You definitely want to think about who is using your application and what are they doing. I was earlier in my career at Paylocity, I was very surprised, just because I didn't know I was in a different department. I didn't realize that we have millions of people clocking in and clocking out to their shifts every day using our mobile application. And when I found that out, I thought, my gosh, we need to start spending some more time testing clocking in and clocking out, making sure that nobody's going to encounter any bugs. And right now we are actually rewriting our mobile application. And so that's where I'm spending most of my time in terms of planning and strategy for testing, is we've got to make sure that the bulk of our users who use this product are going to be able to use it correctly with no failures of, I can't punch into my shift.
What it makes me think of too, Kristen, is that there's data and then there's data that's important, right? So not to minimize people's vacation time, that's important, but getting their paycheck right is even more important, right? Yeah, we can fix the vacation days if it's wrong, much easier, but it's a lot harder if somebody just can't pay their mortgage because we didn't get the payment amount right or the timing was wrong, right? So your point about the user experience and the UI testing and people entering that data, when you think about it's not just testing the app, it's also making sure we're getting good data and the right experience, the best experience for people to get that data, whether it's uploading an Excel file or filling out a mobile app or a web page, right?
So one of the things we did at Amazon that I talk about in my book, and it's one of the things I teach my customers, is the idea of service tiers. The idea is any given piece of software, whether it's a microservice, a small application, whatever it is, you assign a service tier, which is a level of importance of that. How critical is the service to the overall application? In the case of like a e-commerce company like Amazon, the cart checkout process was incredibly important because it impacted the bottom line and impacted customers' ability to buy things. But the service that displays a little icon in the corner to tell you the sale of the day is important, but not that important. And the one that shows, the message of the day for a new customer walking in saying today's specials are so and so, that's even less important. And the weekly report to management generation service is probably not important hardly at all, or arguably is negative important. But that's another point. The point is you prioritize and you assign a physical label, a categorization to each service that determines how important that is. And then you use that information. You use it to determine SLAs. You use it to determine staffing levels. You use it to determine interaction between services. If you have a high priority service that's talking to a low priority service, you better be sure that this high priority service will continue to function even if that low priority service is failing. But the opposite may not be the case. If you have a low priority service that's depending on a high priority service, well, who cares if it goes down if the high priority service is also down, because the high priority service is down. That's what's critical. So you can put processes and systems into place that take this risk and the importance into play and treat things differently and put your resources, your risk determination determines where you put your resources and make that work. And that's something that I've seen used in other companies as well too. It's a very valuable tool to be able to keep a system, not just a piece of code, but a system operating.
I just you mentioned the Amazon, and just reminded me, just yesterday I was trying to make a payment, a medical payment, and I realized the company, their business is medical and that's their critical stuff, but by the same token, they want to get paid. And I'm trying to make a payment on my phone, and I entered my credit card information, and I can't press the save button to save my credit card. There's no save button. Doesn't work. I try it 3 times. It keeps deleting everything. I'm getting frustrated. I'm just trying to give them money and I can't give them money. Right. So I end up having to go to my computer and do it. And fortunately, there was the save button. But it's like, if it wasn't the healthcare that I was obligated to, then, I could have gone to another service and I could have bought it from somewhere else. Right. But it's just like you got to focus on the things that are critical to your business.
Exactly.
Sean, you don't want to get me started on medical software. Okay? I've had a bad week with that this week. Okay?
I'm not sure where you're going, but it sounds interesting. One of the break testing is something that's come up a lot with observability-driven design, thinking about how do you build in more telemetry into your application and your architecture. So it's not just testing it under the most favorable conditions, right? That things are going to work. What happens when things go to heck in a handbasket, right? It's that break testing, I think, is almost more important than when conditions are right. So, and what kind of break testing do we do? Go ahead, Excel.
Yes, I mean, it is interesting that sometimes we have this idea of how our users are going to use our application, and we set up our tests in a pristine, in laboratory kind of ways. And actually, we have the best computers. We are super close to our data centers. Everything runs fantastic. And turns out that our users are in the middle of Africa, and they probably don't have even a smartphones, nor have good network. So the fact that we have this rich, amazing tests, and they are passing, is irrelevant. The other thing is that it doesn't matter how much test integration, A2I, contract, you need, end-to-end, whatever we are defining here. They are all bound by our imagination. Like, we are defining the tests. They live in our heads before they live in the code. So, and we're flawed as humans. So we also have this issue of very short-sighted and very limited imagination. So that's why we start thinking about chaos testing. Like, let's do something unimaginable, or like we haven't imagined. Or let's do this, like, what happens if I pull the plug on this? Are we going to, and then the test should not only help us to say you're up or you're down, or this is not working as expected, but also give us an idea of this test, like if we are failing graciously, because as we all agree, we're going to fail. Like, we are going to fail. At some point, something is going to be down. Are we reacting the right way? So this kind of very dramatic tests where we kill randomly things help us not only to verify that our flow is as we expect, but also how do we react?
The chaos monkey style of testing, I completely agree. It's something I emphasize a lot. Is you're absolutely right. Is what matters is the customer's operational environment. And that operational environment is where they're experiencing the software. And you probably don't know what that is. No matter what industry you're in, where your software is, it doesn't matter. You don't know what the customer's operating environment is. And, whether it's, their cell phone on a 5G network that's probably pretty good, but maybe not perfect, or if it's someone in a third world country that has an internet connection for a couple of minutes and then it goes away, or whatever the issues they run into is. Or, imagine, chaos testing in a country like the Ukraine right now, where infrastructure comes and goes and disappears, and what that means to software infrastructure. It's the operational environment of the customer is really critical, and a lot fewer pieces of software than should take that into account. Did I say that?
Coming up close to the end of our time here. Let's do this. Sean, you want to kind of wrap up for us? I'd love to get your thoughts on the sort of break testing and the environmental factors of how do we handle failure and handling it gracefully.
I'll just say that, and maybe I'm not directly answering your question here, but the one thing that I've noticed is that there's a lot of testers who have developed it kind of as an art. They believe that they really do a great job of putting their mind in the user's perspective, and they think about the way somebody would use the software. But again, it's an art, and I think it takes a lot more skill, and we need to come up with ways in our software and in the processes that we're using around our testing, so that we're not relying on individuals to be especially thoughtful in their testing, that we can give them guidance that helps them understand where they need to think about testing. So so that they are thinking not just about the happy paths, but the negative paths and the things that can happen in if everything's not going the way it should go. And so it really comes down to like, how do we help those people and those teams, broaden their thinking and approach testing from a more analytical perspective, as well as the art side of it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sean. Well, let's wrap up with this. Kristen, tell us the name of your book again, where people can find it.
Yes, it is called The Complete Software Tester, and it is available on Amazon, both as a paperback edition and a Kindle edition.
Okay. And Lee, your new book?
Overcoming IT Complexity, available on Amazon. It's on Kindle and paperback, and it will be available sometime next year in an audio version as well.
There you go. You can listen while you're driving or flying on that airplane. Yay. All right. Well, thank you to our great panelists today. And thank you for everybody tuning in to our episode on testing. How much testing is enough? Quality versus quantity. It's been a great conversation. Thank you to our newest panelists and also our returning panelists. And of course, a big thank you, shout out to the Tricentis team. We love working with you, putting this together, and thank you for sponsoring the show. So be sure and check out another episode, either upcoming on Techstrong TV, if you can find it on the homepage of Techstrong.tv and also in the menu of video shows, as well as check out DevOps.com for upcoming roundtables that we're having on various topics around DevOps. So appreciate you all joining us, and tune in again soon. We'll see you all.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
This is Techstrong TV.
All righty. Hey, we're back. We're back in Las Vegas. We are at the Venetian Hotel, the site of QSC 2022, Qualys' Security Conference. One of the nice things I love about doing the QSC is, we get to speak to real life security people who are practitioners, who are on the front lines protecting stuff. I got someone like that to introduce you to here. His name's Chris Ong. Chris, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Chris, even before we get into Jabil, the company you work with, give people a little bit of your background.
Sure thing. I've been in IT for about 20-something years, and with a primary focus on information security and assurance for about 17. So just have a couple certifications from vendors such as ISACA, CompTIA, Cloud Security Alliance, and have a versatile background from Department of Defense to manufacturing and pharmaceuticals.
Can't tell you how happy you made me saying information security and not cyber.
Yeah.
Because that was my generation too. We called it InfoSec.
Yeah, my company now is focusing on saying cybersecurity, so I'm kind of having to change up my speak as well.
I've learned to talk the talk, but it's information security. Yeah. Anyway, Chris, talk about your company a little bit.
Perfect. So I work at Jabil. It used to be called Jabil Circuit, primarily founded in the 1960s, and it was out of Michigan, and now they're headquartered in St. Petersburg, Florida, and primarily a global manufacturer, from plastics to chips, and branching out into medical and automotive and things like that, and broken up into new divisions and in about 30 countries.
Not broken up into separate companies, but different business units.
We have big manufacturing presence in Mexico, China. Some of our big manufacturing plants are overseas, and we're in Europe as well, South America, Brazil. So
that's great stuff. And what? I'm sorry if I didn't ask before. What's your role there?
My role is global cybersecurity manager, and I take care of the engineering and operations. So any of the products that we purchase at Jabil that keep the lights on. So your antivirus, your firewalls, anything that keeps the company safe. My team and I handle the operations. So if something breaks, an outage is reported, my team and I will jump on it and put out the outage to keep the lights on. So it's 24/7. We have a follow the sun approach. So that's why we have a large team in Penang, Malaysia, some representatives in Ukraine, and a large percentage in United States. So we do try to follow the sun the best we can.
With the footprint you guys have, you have to.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's necessary. So what brings you to the QSC Qualys show?
Well, we've been using Qualys for about 9 years at Jabil. When I came on board to Jabil in 2015, we were using it. So I've been using it for about 7 years now. And we've built up a really good partnership with Qualys. And they invited me out to talk about how their agent software has benefited us and reduced risk, which is a great thing.
Absolutely. And that was a big... Look, I've also been in the information security business a long time. The move to an agent to do scanning. So once upon a time, we used to have host-based scanning and network-based scanning, right?
Yeah.
And that network-based scan gave you that, eye in the sky, bird, hacker's eye view. Agent-based scanning was something different for host-based scanning.
Yep.
And it was kind of never the twain shall meet. But then someone put peanut butter in the chocolate, right? and we realized, hey, this isn't a bad idea because I want to get both views. I want that 360-degree view.
It's funny you mention that because that's what I'm going to be speaking about tomorrow is we have taken a hybrid approach to vulnerability management scanning because there are certain things that cannot have an agent that the appliance scanning works optimal for.
Right.
Then you also have things that the agent works even better because you have real-time scanning. We have thresholds set to where instead of some of our CISOs and executive teams would say, hey, get me a vulnerability report. Well, it would take hours to do, and scanning cycles would take sometimes a week for some of our larger manufacturing plants that have maybe over 10 to 20,000 assets, whereas now with an agent, the manifest
polling the agent
every 4 hours. It says, hey, I have a new vulnerability. Send it. If nothing after 4 hours, you're good to go. Why that's effective is because real time. So when Log4j and Print Nightmare came out, so many security professionals, if they didn't go agent based, you're like, okay, well, my scan's going to finish maybe in 3 days. Tell me what CISO security professional can wait
those 3 days.
Can wait 72 hours and go, okay, we'll see what happens. You got to have close to real time as possible information on your assets and the security status. So that's why it's benefited us and we've driven risk down.
Absolutely. To me, this story here is part of this whole movement to what continuous security, right? We can't afford to say, well, boss, when I did a snapshot 2 weeks ago, this is what it showed, right?
Yes.
When something like a Log4j, that was unknown, or, that was last year's war, whatever the next one is going to be. We need that information continuously in near real time.
And that's why we partnered with Qualys and are very happy with the product, because I think like anything, the security, as you said, you came from security background as well. The company and the status of vulnerability management in 2015, when I started at Jabil, is light years different now.
Oh, yeah.
Old methods of old detections, and as you said, well, we'll get a report to you soon. I don't think companies can afford that anymore because of ransomware attacks, the complication of things that are out there. You gotta have a tool that can empower you to get as close to real time because that's how you respond. And I remember being in the office when, I forgot what it's called, the ransomware attack that locked the machines was 2017. I forgot what the...
Not Heartbleed.
Petya? I think it was Petya.
Petya.
Yeah. When Petya came out, it was a Friday afternoon, and I was like, oh my God.
They always come out on Friday.
We got P1, P2 calls, and you're almost like, wow, how come we couldn't detect certain things like that sooner? And that's where the agent's helping us out.
No doubt the agent part of that is huge. The other thing in what you were talking about here that we can't afford, how the things have changed, quite frankly, the speed of business has changed, right? When you're updating applications multiple times a day, when the average lifespan of a container, if you're using containerized apps, is something like 5 or 7 seconds, right? When they
Sure.
You can't afford to tell me what you scanned yesterday.
Right.
Because stuff changed today.
Yep.
And with that speed of business, they're not going to wait for you. They're going to, if you don't have that, it's full speed ahead, damn the torpedoes, right? They're not waiting for your vulnerability report.
Well, plus, in manufacturing, okay, time is money.
Absolutely.
Like I know
It's
you
of
can
the
say that for a
essence.
lot of companies
No,
too.
no, but it really is.
So if you look at an assembly line, okay, and let's just say we have servers that control a widget maker, whatever you want to call it. If that is compromised, a subnet of servers goes down that happen to control an electronical arm or something that cuts a diagram or whatnot. If that's down, we are contracted to these companies that we have to get so many widgets out the door. If we do not meet those contractual obligations, why do you want to do business with Jabil? Go do it with somebody else. So that's why time is money. And if we get a Petya or a Print Nightmare 2.0 or something like that, we know about it by using dashboards, by proactive scanning, real-time thresholds. Hey, I might not be able to tackle it immediately, but I can be in the ballpark instead of waiting
I can
2
start
weeks.
mitigating,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
I may not be able to get all the patches out. I may have to test.
Yeah, of course.
But I can mitigate.
And when my CISO comes to me and says, "Hey, by the way, are you aware of the new threat?" We can say, "Yes, sir. We pulled up the CVE.
Right.
We have information, and I can get you a quantity of that, and I can at least get you an idea of the scope
Of what we're dealing with.
Absolutely.
I agree, man. And that's where security's heading. And quite frankly, look, I've been in this vulnerability space for a long time. That's the difference between where we were 10 years ago, 7 years ago, and today.
Yeah.
It is that real-time, continuous. We're not fixing everything immediately. I don't want to blow smoke up anybody, But we have much more insight, real time, into our posture.
And I think it breaks down. What we're working at Jabil is it's 1-2 punch. There's vulnerability management, which is your detection, and then there's vulnerability remediation.
Right.
And there are different focuses, SLAs when it comes to that. So it is a different beast.
Absolutely. How do you spell Jabil?
Jabil.
And it's at jabil.com?
Yes, sir.
All right. You check it out. Chris, thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
Sounds like you're going to have a great presentation tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. If you're in town for tomorrow
till
till 11 o'clock,
If we're
pop
not
in.
busy doing these, I will.
Thank you so much.
Chris Ogg from Jabil here at Qualys' QSC 2022. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in Vegas for the Qualys QSC event 2022. I'm really happy to, one of the nice things is we've had a good mix of Qualys people, speakers, customers. I'm going to introduce you now to a gentleman who's from a company there. They're maybe like a Qualys channel partner, I guess is the best way to describe it. His name is Juan Carlos JC Naharan, but he's going to say it better than me.
Yeah, it's just Jose Carlos Nájera, so JC for friends, right?
All right, and so we got JC here. So JC, first of all, before we get into your company, a little bit about your background.
Right, so I've been using Qualys for almost 10 years now, so I like Qualys a lot. I am the subject matter expert for vulnerability management for Syntax. Syntax is a large ERP hosting company. We do SAP, we do Oracle business, and we have our advanced security services as well. So that's pretty much it, yeah.
What attracted when you told me about this, JC, is that in the dot-com days, 1990, late 90s, and then into 2000, I actually helped put together a company that back then we called it an ASP, application service provider.
Right.
But we would be hosting Oracle applications and PeopleSoft and Lotus Notes and a bunch of enterprise kind of apps like that. So, and then that's actually how I got into security, is we started hosting managed firewalls, checkpoint firewalls.
Wow.
And that was how I started security. So it's a generation before you, but a very similar kind of
Pretty
path.
similar, yeah.
So, the interesting thing I know from my own story as well as from talking to you is look, when you're hosting people's mission critical applications like that, you take on the role of sort of a trusted advisor.
Right.
Right? And they want to make sure their apps are running. And security is part of that. It's not just the app itself, it's the delivery, it's the availability, all of the things you want in an ERP provider. So let's talk. Now, you mentioned you were for vulnerability, you were the subject SME.
Yes, sir.
For it. What are your customers expecting from you?
Well, I mean, they normally want to know how can they measure risk on their end, right? It's very important. It's how we can translate the security conversational language into the business language, so then people can understand that. And by people, I mean executives or C-levels, right? So they trust us on telling them where are the risks at. So we're using Qualys to do that. So what we're doing is with this new true risk thing, which is very interesting because we can assign criticality to their assets, and then with that and the Qualys detection scores, we can see exactly what the risks are based on that asset. So the crown jewels, for example, they're super important. Internet-facing devices are important. They get this criticality score assigned, and then Qualys tells us what is really important. Volume-based is something that it's already past, right? It's old-fashioned now.
Yeah.
So it's all about risk, basically.
Well, if you think about it, it's always been all about risk. We just didn't know how to measure and manage it well,
Exactly.
right? And we're getting better at it. When you use Qualys, so you mentioned some scores and stuff, and then kind of translating the security talk to the business talk. I've been in that. I've been in your chair, right? And what is the customer? What does that C-level customer want to know? Am I at risk? Am I safe? Is my stuff safe?
Right.
And I don't care how good you are, you're never totally safe.
Right.
Especially if you're connected to the internet. It's the nature of the beast. And I think people have to understand that when we say manage risk, we don't say you're safe. We don't say you're never going to be attacked. We don't say you're never going to have an incident. What we say is, look, for the amount of resources we're putting in, we're lowering the chance of that happening significantly. If you want to lower it to zero, you're going to have to put in a lot more resources probably, right?
Yeah.
And maybe disconnect from the internet.
Yeah, I mean, having zero vulnerabilities, I mean, it technically could be possible, but you will need to patch every single day and reboot every single day.
And that's only in a point in time. Tomorrow you're liable to find vulnerability.
Exactly. So you got to be very, very wit to what you're targeting, and that's why, risk is all about. Like, you have a lot of vulnerabilities being released every single day. You cannot keep up with that. So you got to focus on what's really important, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so that gets into the whole prioritization of vulnerabilities.
Exactly. Yeah, the prioritization module. I was joking with Matt Barnes, my TAM, and I told him when I saw first the prioritization module that I was worried I would go out of like no job at all, because that thing it's a good thing. It's a good tool. You can put in or craft a special recipe, and then click one button, and then you will get your priorities over there. And now with the true risk part, you don't even need to think about the recipe anymore, because it's already in there.
Does it for
right?
you.
So it's super
But
good.
you know what? I've been at this a little longer than you. Security people never become obsolete. Not to worry, JC. You'll always have a job, man.
Oh yeah.
But you're right. It has gotten much simpler to be able to zero in on these things.
Yep.
So now you're in maybe a little different position than some of the other customers because you're servicing a wide amount of customers. So the amount of environments, the amount of different vulnerabilities, the amount of variables that you're dealing with, right? In many ways, you probably see, 10x, 100x more than just a person who works for one company.
Yeah.
And So you're using Qualys across the board here with that. You find it scales out and fits the bill.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one of my favorite parts about my job at Syntax, where since we are an ERP company, we have the chance to meet a lot of customers with different needs, different perspectives, different problems, different challenges. But in essence, I mean, if you can standardize them in a single platform, such as Qualys, right? And that's what this job is like. Why this is fun, right?
Yeah.
We get this new perspective every single
new.
day. It's always new. It's always new, and you gotta be super creative to find those things, and then expose to the C-levels and the executives your ideas, so they understand what's really the risk, because their businesses are different, right? So you got to be very creative on that.
Absolutely. Have you had an exposure to the Total Cloud FlexScan?
I haven't. I just saw the presentation.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. I really, really want to go.
I got to imagine in your, in Syntax's line of business, this is going to be something you guys probably got to get
absolutely
in the field quick.
Yeah, we rely a lot on the ERP cloud part. So we're doing SAP over AWS or Azure, for example, or OCI even.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a game changer for sure, because we do want to do what we're doing currently on the, let's say, the traditional way of doing SAP or Oracle or whatever, to the cloud as well. So this is just going to make our lives easier, to be honest.
I agree. Excellent stuff. You know what I didn't ask you? For people who want to maybe get more information on Syntax, what's the website?
So it's www.syntax.com.
Could you spell that for us?
Yeah, it's SYNTAX.com.
Check it out. JC, thanks for being our guest.
Problem. Thank you very much.
Keep fighting the good fight, man.
Will do, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, we're live in Vegas here at Qualys QSC. We're going to be back in a minute.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Hi, and welcome back to another episode of the SRE Show. My name is Mitch Ashley. I'm CTO with Techstrong Group and co-host with my friend and partner, Austin Parker, who's
howdy.
Lightstep. Welcome, Parker. Austin Parker. I keep saying Parker because I
Parker,
every day.
It's funny because I work with a Parker.
Yes. He's our head of sales, so he's always calling me about something, right?
Oh,
so,
you was there's a lot of Parkers around.
There are, and I have another person who I work with whose last name is Parker, so I'm just normally confused with Parkers. So anyway, Austin, it's good.
Namespace collisions are one of the hardest things to deal with in software.
They are. It's a little bit of a context shift for me. So we have a great topic today. We're going to be talking about SRE adoption, and particularly around some of the cultural and process and mindset changes. It isn't one of those like, oh yeah, let's do it. And it just sort of fits in. And I think we'll have some good experiences to share and with the folks watching this, and hopefully we'll learn something from each other and share something that might be helpful with them. So I'll have you kick it off here in just a moment, Austin. I'd love to have our guests introduce themselves. Paige, would you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Paige Cruz. I'm a senior dev advocate over at Chronosphere, an observability platform for all you cloud native folks at scale.
Good deal. Observability, another hot topic, just like SRE. So welcome. Glad to have you here. And Starlight, welcome. Introduce yourself, please.
Hey, I'm Starlight Romero. I'm a senior SRE at Flatiron Health. We are a company centered on cancer solutions. my team mainly deals with all of the fun cloud SRE stuff.
Cloud SRE stuff. I think you do a lot with Terraform and kind of the infrastructure side of things too. It sounds like.
Exactly.
Great work you all are doing over there. Thank you. We need all the help we can get to battle cancer. So, Austin, I know you're passionate about this subject. So, share us your thoughts, kind of kick things off here about adopting SRE.
Yeah, gosh, there's, I feel like I've been doing an awful lot of reading and thinking about this the past really month or two, kind of coming through KubeCon and then reInvent, where it feels like, people can't stop talking about platforms, right? Like we've kind of moved into this phase of everyone is thinking about platforms and developer experience. And I'm curious, one thing I've seen in my career is that SRE is often, you often come in, you're often, an SRE will be hired in to sort of develop this idea of like a platform internally, and is expected to provide things to other developers, to their peers, in a way that is pretty unique when you think about it, right? Because, if you're just out there and you go and you apply to become a software engineer somewhere, and you get onboarded and you jump in, and it's like, what's your first thing? It's like, oh, well, I need to go fix a bug, or I'm going to go start working on this feature. You get integrated into a team and you get integrated into a process. But I feel like a lot of times SREs get brought in and your tasks are like, okay, here's this mess. Go bring order to it. And I wonder, Starlight Page, like, does that track with you all? Is that sort of how it feels to come in and be an SRE at a place a lot of times?
I can jump in and say yes. I would say a lot of the times it depends when you are a first SRE hire, or you don't know that you're one, but you go to a place and you find out you are establishing an SRE function versus walking into an org that's set up. It can be an uphill battle, and that totally tracks with at least my experiences. I think change is really hard, and we expect a lot out of SREs, more than I think is sustainable writ large for the industry. SREs aren't superhumans. We just happen to know a little bit about our operating systems and our infrastructure stack and some app dev. We are just humans, and it's a lot to pin onto one role. Starlight, I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, I would definitely echo what you have to say as far as like coming in and sort of being expected to solve these like major, institutional wide problems. I think that it used to be, sort of there's a dev and an ops, and then comes DevOps, and now we're at this platform phase, and the tooling that we're building is tooling that's very specific for our users, which are the developers. So it's pushing that knowledge still of, hey, you have to deploy your own application to the developers, but we're there kind of holding their hand every step of the way.
So on that topic, I guess, or on that note, where do we, let's dig into it a little bit, right? Because we want to really discuss, like, well, how do you solve this problem, or how do you kind of help create this culture? Is there something that you can do as an SRE, either, as a new SRE, or maybe someone that's, you're second or third, or you're in an organization that is kind of on their SRE journey, how can you help? Actually, you preface this with another question. My kind of interpretation is a lot of times leadership is coming in there. They're the ones that, a VP of engineering or a director of platforms or something, like, they're the ones that are hoping that those SREs as individuals can help drive this change. Is that like the actual problem, or is it, is that they're coming in and saying, like, this is your problem to solve now, versus something that's sort of like bottom up, right? Where developers are asking for these platforms to be built, or they want that change to happen. And if that's the case, do we need to flip it, right? Like, do we need to say, like, okay, first I have to go and get people to want this before it can actually happen versus the top down, like, we're going to do this and you are now my agent of change, go.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I feel like it's tough because a lot of these infrastructure components, developers may not even know about or know what is optimal. So it's tough because sometimes you, as an SRE, can see that this specific system in place needs that improvement, but the developer themselves don't see that. And then you have to work to get that buy-in in order to bring this change that you know is going to make everyone's life easier. And for me, it's really about trying to form like a symbiotic relationship where you're not just asking the developer to like update their infrastructure or always asking. It's like trying to bring something to the table and make them kind of pivot to be able to understand your vision.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times SRE roles come up and they have to be funded by somebody like, a VP and up. Somebody's set aside budget for a title of a role, SRE. Sometimes it's DevOps engineer, whatever. But I always like to say, how did we get to this role title? When did we decide that we needed this? What was the role titled previously? Because there's a lot of SRE roles that are really just rebranded release engineers, that kind of stuff. I've seen where SRE owns from PR to production and also the underlying infrastructure, which is honestly a pretty big umbrella. That's the thing I would say is most companies like to start experimenting with SRE slowly with a couple of folks, but gosh, you could be a lot better prepared if you're only going to hire onesie twosies. If you have a trusting relationship with your devs, you're able to find out at least what the knowledge and the skill gaps are. Not that you don't work with talented devs, but we've moved to the cloud, containers, and Kubernetes in the last, 6-10 years. And ops folks have been riding that wave. We haven't yet, I think, enabled our developers and educated them enough. I don't see questions about Kubernetes or how you deploy in software engineering interviews yet. I know Charity wrote a great post about that. So I would say on the whole, we're hiring folks and expecting the world of them. And there is a disconnect between what leadership sees as SRE and the vision. I think we've sold them on the vision, but what we're going to dive into in this talk is how do we get from almost zero to that vision? And yeah, I've got some thoughts. I've tried some things.
Go for it, right? Like you've definitely both of you have been in the trenches. How do you? What's step one or what's step zero even in getting from like the vision to the reality?
Communication for me, as soon as possible. If I can get in front of that engineering org to give an update on a project, or hey, we're starting this thing, or we're going to compare vendors. Anytime you the sole SRE can get in front of a crowd and scale your communications. I find a survey, Poly and Slack, Google Forms if you have to, just getting people talking and finding out what the problems are. Where are the skeletons? What's the stuff folks have been holding on to that they're tired of complaining about because they know it won't change? That's what I'm most interested in finding out in like my first exploration phase.
Yeah, Starling.
Yeah, I like a lot of what you're saying because I try to do the same thing. I think also like bringing together different types of methods. Like I've come into companies where one team is doing things one way, another team is trying to accomplish the same goal but doing it a completely different way, and really like honing these different like ops practices into like a golden path almost, because then you really can improve that path. One thing I see across different companies that I've been at is trying to support too many cases for slightly different things that developers need without like unification. And I think that's what really like hinders SRE from reaching the full potential at a company. Because when you have all these different like small use cases that you have to fill up, you can't really focus on making those improvements, those major improvements.
Austin, I'd love to jump on this too. When we started SRE at Techstrong, for me, as the leader of engineering, I kind of recognized that the role of SRE solved some problems that we had in our infrastructure. And one of them was, to your platform comment earlier, is getting on a common base of infrastructure and applications, because just maintaining what we had was too easy for things to get out of sync and get old. And also just making our lives simpler if we want to roll something out across multiple apps or sites or whatever, and then start to work on some performance aspects. So we kind of took one person who was our, I'd say, kind of rover utility person who did a lot of infrastructure, a lot of admin kind of things, and said, let's establish that you as our first SRE person and focus on this. And meanwhile, here's some training and some books and to read about it, so we all kind of get on the same page. So that was more of a top down, but trying to be informed and really do SRE, and it's just not in the name. Mm-hmm. And so far that's worked out really well. So I'm hearing a variety of mixes, right? Kind of how to get started.
Yeah, I want to echo Paige's point, though. I think communication is sort of the key to really every single stage of the SRE journey. But certainly when you're starting out is one of the best ones. Let's actually take it a step further, though, and let's assume that you go in, you do your listening tour, and everything's great, and things are firing on all cylinders. You've managed to get some nice standardization in place around tooling or processes, and things are going swell. But now it's time to grow, and I wonder how we manage that growth, right? Like, one of the, it's hard to go from 0 to 1, but I think a lot of times it's hard to go from 1 to 2 when you make that first. And I think, Paige, you especially have lived this, right? Being not the first hire, but the second, and having to if you're just out there and you go and you apply to become a software engineer somewhere, and you get on board and you jump in, and it's like, what's your first thing? It's like, oh, well, I need to go fix a bug, or I'm going to go start working on this feature. You get integrated into a team, and you get integrated into a process. But I feel like a lot of times SREs get brought in, and your tasks are like, okay, here's this mess. Go bring order to it. And I wonder, Starlight, Paige, like, does that track with you all? Is that sort of how it feels to come in and be an SRE at a place a lot of times?
I can jump in and say yes. I would say a lot of the times it depends when you are a first SRE hire, or you don't know that you're one, but you go to a place and you find out you are establishing an SRE function versus walking into an org that's set up. It can be an uphill battle, and that totally tracks with at least my experiences. I think change is really hard, and we expect a lot out of SREs, more than I think is sustainable writ large for the industry. SREs aren't superhumans. We just happen to know a little bit about our operating systems and our infrastructure stack and some app dev. We are just humans, and it's a lot to pin onto one role. Starlight, I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, I would definitely echo what you have to say as far as like coming in and sort of being expected to solve these like major, institutional wide problems. I think that it used to be, sort of there's a dev and an ops, and then comes DevOps, and now we're at this platform phase, and the tooling that we're building is tooling that's very specific for our users, which are the developers. So it's pushing that knowledge still of, hey, you have to deploy your own application to the developers, but we're there kind of holding their hand every step of the way.
So on that topic, I guess, or on that note, where do we, let's dig into it a little bit, right? Because we want to really discuss, like, well, how do you solve this problem, or how do you kind of help create this culture? Is there something that you can do as an SRE, either, as a new SRE, or maybe someone that's, you're second or third, or you're in an organization that is kind of on their SRE journey, how can you help? Actually, the preface with another question. My kind of interpretation is a lot of times leadership is coming in there. They're the ones that, a VP of engineering or a director of platforms or something, like, they're the ones that are hoping that those SREs as individuals can help drive this change. Is that like the actual problem, or is it, is that they're coming in and saying, like, this is your problem to solve now, versus something that's sort of like bottom up, right? Where developers are asking for these platforms to be built, or they want that change to happen. And if that's the case, do we need to flip it, right? Like, do we need to say, like, okay, first I have to go and get people to want this before it can actually happen, versus the top down, like, we're going to do this and you are now my agent of change, go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I feel like it's tough because a lot of these infrastructure components, developers may not even know about or know what is optimal. So it's tough because sometimes you, as an SRE, can see that this specific system in place needs that improvement, but the developer themselves don't see that. And then you have to work to get that buy-in in order to bring this change that is going to make everyone's life easier. And for me, it's really about trying to form like a symbiotic relationship where you're not just asking the developer to like update their infrastructure or always asking. It's like trying to bring something to the table and make them kind of pivot to be able to understand your vision.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times SRE roles come up and they have to be funded by somebody like, a VP and up. Somebody's set aside budget for a title of a role, SRE. Sometimes it's DevOps engineer, whatever. But I always like to say, how did we get to this role title? When did we decide that we needed this? What was the role titled previously? Because there's a lot of SRE roles that are really just rebranded release engineers, that kind of stuff. I've seen where SRE owns from PR to production and also the underlying infrastructure, which is honestly a pretty big umbrella. That's the thing I would say is most companies like to start experimenting with SRE slowly with a couple of folks, but gosh, you could be a lot better prepared if you're only going to hire onesie twosies. If you have a trusting relationship with your devs, you're able to find out at least what the knowledge and the skill gaps are. Not that you don't work with talented devs, but we've moved to the cloud, containers, and Kubernetes in the last, 6-10 years. And ops folks have been riding that wave. We haven't yet, I think, enabled our developers and educated them enough. I don't see questions about Kubernetes or how you deploy in software engineering interviews yet. I know Charity wrote a great post about that. So I would say on the whole, we're hiring folks and expecting the world of them. And there is a disconnect between what leadership sees as SRE and the vision. I think we've sold them on the vision, but what we're going to dive into in this talk is how do we get from almost zero to that vision? And yeah, I've got some thoughts. I've tried some things.
Go for it, right? Like you've definitely both of you have been in the trenches. How do you? What's step one or what's step zero even in getting from like the vision to the reality?
Communication for me, as soon as possible. If I can get in front of that engineering org to give an update on a project, or hey, we're starting this thing, or we're going to compare vendors. Anytime you, the sole SRE, can get in front of a crowd and scale your communications, I find a survey, Poly and Slack, Google Forms if you have to, just getting people talking and finding out what the problems are. Where are the skeletons? What's the stuff folks have been holding on to that they're tired of complaining about because they know it won't change? That's what I'm most interested in finding out in like my first exploration phase.
Yeah, Starling.
Yeah, I like a lot of what you're saying, because I try to do the same thing. I think also like bringing together different types of methods. Like I've come into companies where one team is doing things one way, another team is trying to accomplish the same goal but doing it a completely different way, and really like honing these different like ops practices into like a golden path almost, because then you really can improve that path. One thing I see across different companies that I've been at is trying to support too many cases for slightly different things that developers need without like unification. And I think that's what really like hinders SRE from reaching the full potential at a company. Because when you have all these different like small use cases that you have to fill up, you can't really focus on making those improvements, those major improvements.
You know, Austin, I'd love to jump on this too. When we started SRE at Techstrong, for me, you know, as the leader of engineering, I kind of recognized that the role of SRE solved some problems that we had in our infrastructure. And one of them was, to your platform comment earlier, is getting on a common base of infrastructure and applications, because just maintaining what we had was too easy for things to get out of sync and get old. And also just making our lives simpler if we want to roll something out across multiple apps or sites or whatever, and then start to work on some performance aspects. So we kind of took one person who was our, I'd say, kind of rover utility person who did a lot of infrastructure, a lot of admin kind of things, and said, let's establish that you as our first SRE person and focus on this. And meanwhile, here's some training and some books and to read about it, so we all kind of get on the same page. So that was more of a top down, but trying to be informed and really do SRE, and it's just not in the name. Mm-hmm. And so far that's worked out really well. So I'm hearing a variety of mixes, right? Kind of how to get started.
Yeah, I want to echo Paige's point, though. I think communication is sort of the key to really every single stage of the SRE journey. But certainly when you're starting out is one of the best ones. Let's actually take it a step further, though, and let's assume, you know, that you go in, you do your listening tour, and everything's great, and things are firing on all cylinders. You've managed to get some nice standardization in place around tooling or processes, and things are going swell. But now it's time to grow, and I wonder how we manage that growth, right? Like, one of the, you know, it's hard to go from 0 to 1, but I think a lot of times it's hard to go from 1 to 2 when you make that first. And I think, Paige, you especially have lived this, right? Being not the first hire, but the second, and having to move from being that individual practitioner to being someone that is like either implicitly or explicitly leading a team of SRE. And how do you divvy up work and responsibilities? How do you actually start to embed that practice in other teams in the org? I'd be curious for your thoughts on that next step of the journey.
Yeah. Growing the SRE team. It's such a I have to pause and smile because when you get to that stage, it is the fruits of your labor. You get to enjoy them because your team has been successful enough that the organization's decided to invest. So it's always happy. But I would say the way that I've approached growing teams, I think for SREs, onboarding, I mean, for any engineer, onboarding is essential for setting them up for success, specifically on-call onboarding, because we expect SREs to know east, west, north, south, every cluster, every environment. And that can be a lot. So I like to get folks confident for on-call, knowing our processes, our tooling, our monitoring and observability infra. And I start at the time that I have a team, that's when I start to get a little bit more formal with weekly meeting notes. I make sure that everyone on the team rotates to take notes because I don't want to be the blocker. If I'm not there one day, I don't want people to say, oh, I don't know how to take notes. I don't know where our project plan is, X, Y, Z. So I like to make sure SREs are as independent as possible early on by facilitating meetings, kind of throwing them into how to run things, just giving people responsibility early on in a safe way. And then on-call onboarding is a whole other topic. But I think SREs are really great to do an alert audit, to come check out, are there still dashboards, that fresh eye to say, I don't think we need this. I personally delete so many muted forever alerts. I'll delete dashboards that haven't been looked at. I like to clean up the cruft because it's our shared campground, so to speak. So that's, I try to do, I start to transition from mostly just talking to folks to writing things down when there's a second, third, fourth person.
Definitely documentation, big one, 100%. I also kind of just like the approach of throwing people in the fire. Like, yeah, not the super hot fire, just the mildly hot fire.
Mild salsa, okay.
Yeah. So if, new SRE coming on board, hey, there's all this like outdated infrastructure or things that need to be updated, go figure out how all that works. And if you have questions, feel free to come back and ask me, but really like that hands-on, like, okay, I need to update this. This is referencing this other thing, which is connected to this, really gives you appreciation for the whole system, for the code, et cetera. And for the approach that I really like for onboarding on-call is having like a rotation of two. So, always having like a secondary on-call, but when they're first really new, just like a shadow, just like I'm primary, you're going to come behind me, see what I'm doing. And I think that's a really easy way to integrate it in.
I'm going to highlight both of what you said, Paige. It always seems like we default to more data is better. And usually it's just like, what's the right metrics? What we should be watching? We tried that, but let's get rid of it. It's not useful. Let's focus on this. That seems like a big part, an important part of this role, right? That we're looking at, whether it's the monitoring, observability, or measuring performance, or whatever, improvement in process, whatever it might be. That sort of fresh eyes is the second person. Seems like a real helpful role to say, what's that? Do you use it? Why do you? Okay, well, let's not. Why don't we try something else? Right? I really appreciate that idea.
Yeah, paying back observability debt is one of let me rephrase. Paying back monitoring debt is one of those things that I love doing. I will walk in somewhere and say, what if we just deleted all the paging alerts? It seems like they're pretty noisy and they're not tuned. And yeah. So we can laugh in this meeting, but when I bring it up, people are horrified and nobody's taken me up on it. But if anybody is, please get in touch with me because I think that would be one of the quicker ways to get back your alerts.
I've thought of a similar thing with infrastructure that's not like centrally managed. Like if we've had infrastructure, through Chef or Puppet or all these systems that no longer are in active use, let's just, hey, if it's not in Terraform, let's just delete it. Just like,
hey, now those are my emotional support virtual machines.
We have names. Austin's pets.
Yeah, fall back on those, absolutely.
But no, great insights though. I think that's pretty range true, right? Like you have to. I really like the theme we're building here, right? Where your first step is sort of this communication and listening, and then your second step is like, okay, now we're recording everything, we're documenting. What's our third, right? Because I feel like in a lot of ways, the third is actually is an interesting problem to have, which is success. Because most of the time, you're either, you have that first SRE that comes in, they build the practice, the team grows due to demand, and now you're successful. And now what do you do, right? Because we don't really talk a lot about like, what is this, how are you actually, the fires are put out, the amount of water coming in and the amount of water going out of the boat are maybe not even equalized. Maybe you're actually like making progress on it. What do you do with an SRE team that's found success? What's the next step? The fact that we're all thinking, and maybe I'm a little optimistic about how many SRE transformations end up in success.
Or they find successes and is part of the role, right?
Hey, it's a great thing. You get to define success however you like.
Yeah. I think at least I always keep a wish list of areas I'd like to branch into that are net new for the company. So introducing a new function like, I will say chaos testing. I believe chaos testing is testing your monitoring. Did the right alerts go off if this thing couldn't be reached, XYZ? I would like to see more of that. So I try and do that. Or if problems that I hear about that are recurring, that stand in that way, that critical path of pushing to prod, local dev, if like tracing with CI/CD, I'm planning on using that this year to optimize pipelines and make sure our overall resource usage is efficient. So I think once you've reached success mode, that is your fun time to look at your big wish list of things people have asked for, things that you keep hearing, things that come up in surveys. And really, now that you've got that trusted relationship with developers, incorporate them into your design process. If we want to do a new path for auto scaling or something, or make it a one-click thing, what format makes sense? Because developers and SREs have different workflows. I find on the whole, SREs are really comfortable at the command line, but sometimes you get dropped into like a super nice enterprise vendor tool and we're like, whoa, get me back to queue control, like take me back to my terminal. So that's where that communication, you can build on it and just say, hey, so-and-so, let's talk about a day in your life, or let's talk about the last deploy you did and let me watch it, stuff like that. So I think, off the top of my head, yes, service level objective setting, figuring out local dev, load testing, CI/CD improvement, and introducing something new like chaos. That would keep you pretty busy for a couple of years, I'd say, once you found success.
I like what you said about the shadowing. Like, I think it's important to kind of just like act sort of in the background, just watching deploys happen, watching devs trying to update infrastructure, roll out a new service, any of the above, and just really like watch the pain points that they have. And, you see them struggling, don't even say anything, just watch how they go through it. And that really gives you insight to the processes that you need to improve. I also just want to highlight chaos engineering because I'm a big proponent of chaos engineering. I think that chaos engineering can happen both in sort of a metrics type of way, but I also like chaos engineering from the human type of way. Just what if a whole team is just out one day, 1 week, or whatever it may be, and kind of you can even simulate that. You could say, hey, we're going to revoke your access temporarily to this thing and run this mock incident, and you won't be able to touch it.
Sounds like a little bit of a little movie scenario in there. It's sort of the hackers have come in and locked us out. It's interesting too. An easy way to get into chaos engineering is just kind of break testing, right? You can do that yourself.
Yeah.
And of course, that's going to improve reliability and resiliency. And so that when those failures do happen, maybe we know either how to prevent them or we know what to do in case they do happen, right? It's good stuff. Parker, Boston, I was thinking that, sometimes when you experience successes, it isn't everything that you're working on, right? There's some things that are working really well that you focused on. And something that's useful to do is just kind of step back too and just examine, well, why is that working well? Why did that become the thing that was successful? And then what can we replicate, or what are the mistakes that we made and we learned from too, so you can build on that and understand it. Right?
I think at some point, like a big part of that success finding is actually a very business thing, which is being able to calculate ROI, right? Because at some point, I think one of the things that plagues a lot of initiatives like SRE is especially that people will try to get into the specific ROI calculations very early. Like they'll try to put a lot of numbers around it, before they really got going. And that tends to, I think, cripple the program, because what's the aphorism, right? As soon as a metric becomes a measure, it ceases to be both, or effective both. But one thing I think is interesting is this actual, like these three things we put together here, this listening, this learning and documenting, and then, this finding success, is actually this very common pattern outside of SRE. There's a paper, I think it's called actually I have notes here, Life Cycle of a Silver Bullet. And it's talking about sort of the idea of a silver bullet in, business, where it's like, we have this big problem. So none of the existing solutions work. So we're going to go and we're going to click the silver bullet, bang, fix our problems. The werewolf of organizational dysfunction, I guess. And that first three steps is actually like, that's what works, right? Leadership goes and says, okay, we recognize we have a problem. Let's go to the people that are suffering from the problem. Let's go down to like the workers and ask, what's the problem? What are your big problems? How can we fix them? What do you think? And they listen. And the key thing is that they learn and they actually are receptive to the feedback, right? They go and they say, okay, we understand that there's problem X, Y, and Z happening. Tell us about them. What do you think could solve it? They listen to that feedback and they implement that feedback. And what happens is that the problem gets solved, right? And where it gets into the life cycle part is then everyone else that is in kind of the same bucket says, oh, they go read the blog, or they hear someone talking about like, oh yeah, we saved like $1 billion by doing SRE. And they're like, oh, I got to get me some of that too. And now you get into this thing where it's like, well, let's try to do what they did, but we don't know the exact way. So we're just going to kind of look at them. We're going to talk to some of their people, and we're going to do a little bit like it. And then that duplicates and that repeats and repeats and repeats. And now you get people that just like, we're going to do SRE. First step, go get the SRE book and then read that and then do everything it says, without really understanding or without doing that critical sort of listening and learning part. So my question or my discussion point would be, most people are doing that, I would argue, right? They're not kind of coming to SRE from first principles. They're coming into it because they read or they saw a talk, or it's like someone said, SRE is great, you got to do SRE. And a lot of times that ends in failure. So what do you do if you are the unfortunate SRE that is kind of in this, like we're just echoing what other people have done? How do you try to salvage that? How, can you salvage it even?
I would say step 0, decide if it's worth salvaging and how much realistically you can affect change at that org and how much will there is to change. But setting that aside, if you're going to do that, I think you're totally right. The practices don't transfer between companies necessarily. And the way that I've addressed this is I call myself like an Atlassian archaeologist. I like to look back at what were the last 6 months for this org. I also look at, news reports. Were there layoffs? Were there new product announcements? Is our team fatigued from pushing through milestone? Did we have a bad year? I kind of look at what the climate is and what the environment and morale has been, because that helps me decide, it helps tune my empathy meter. Basically, do I need to be more caring and listening mode and know people have frustrations and recognize it's not about me, it's kind of the organization that's been set up? Or do I try and just say, hey, let's look at this. Is it safe enough to say, let's look at this last incident, replay it? Here's some things I noticed. I like to figure out who I can talk to and where the sore spots of the org are, because often that's what you want to fix. But you do have to be a little bit delicate when going about it, because it's not that most of the times it's not that people are making crappy infrastructure, making these horrible decisions. They're doing the best with what they could at the time. And so I try to keep that in mind, even when there are decisions where I'm like, why? How? What were you thinking? I keep that dialogue internal. So my external is just receptive. I always want people to feel comfortable telling me about scary production things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would definitely say that it needs to have that communication always open. And in order for you to really understand what problems your organization has and how to solve them, you could look to these other organizations for cues, but you can't copy a one-to-one mirror of them. I think more so, if you're looking to copy things, it should be the overarching ideas that are being brought through an SRE practice. Because once you get to the individual implementation, that the developers that are working for your company are different. What your company does, it might be different from this other company, and as you were saying, Paige, just like the climate is different. So you have to tune all those things in order to get the maximum number of ears listening to what you have to say. And that really goes back to number one, the first step of communication. And the communication is in the first step, but it carries on through each step as well.
Mm-hmm. So I'm curious, tactically, like if we look at an SRE practice, like having embedded SREs, how, if we were going to use that as an example, how would you evaluate whether or not trying embedding was something that you wanted to do for an org or would make sense? Open question for anyone.
I think with something like that, you are always looking at historically how decisions get made, right? Because ultimately, I mean, there's more than two types of teams, there's more than two types of organizations, but I think quite broadly, you can look at either sort of command and control type places where they are used to decisions being made through kind of a team proxy, right? Where if I need a foo, I go to the foo team and I say one foo, please, right? Or if I need some other service, then I'm going through that other service team, or there are very clear pipes connecting everyone. Mm-hmm. And if that's the kind of place that you're at, then I don't think that embedding works very well, because that's just not how people are wired to operate. One thing I've learned is, to be, catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? Mm-hmm. You can try to change a place, but you have to know where to push and where to pull, and you have to know what part of the org is going to break when you do that. A huge part of SRE in general, or just existing, is understanding organizational dynamics so that you can know how to be effective at trying to change the organization. Because sometimes you're going to push, you push the wrong part, the whole org is going to push back and you're going to hurt your efforts. Now, if you are in a more flat sort of org and there is more like individual or like, individual teams have a lot of autonomy, then, yeah, that's a good, that is a sign of embedding could work very effective. The thing that complicates all this is sometimes you also need to be able to look at the flat place and say, like, what you actually need is a little more structure, and you need like the central SRE team or the central observability team that's going to set rules of the road, because everyone's too and sometimes the place that's very rigid and command and control oriented needs the like, no, you all need to like push the boundaries a little bit more, right? Like you don't have to do things the old way. So I think that's the calculus you have to make as when you're developing the practice.
Yeah. Starlight has this come up at Flatiron, the combo of embedding.
Yeah. I like what you were saying, Austin, about the honeys with vinegar, flies with vinegar and honey. Yeah. Slight detour. I have a lot of flies at my place, and the way that I catch flies the most is actually with a spray bottle, and I pinpoint that. And I think that could be actually translated into this. Is if you want to catch flies, you have to pinpoint one at a time. I think if you try to necessarily go the too overarching route with either vinegar or honey, it can work in some scenarios, but the way to get things off the ground more effectively is with that pinpointing spray bottle one at a time. And although it takes longer, it's going to ensure more success. So in that sense, if you want to try embedding, it doesn't have to be like this all or nothing buy-in. It's like, let's experiment with a team or two and see how this goes. And let's do it so that they have support from a platform team. Let's try it. Maybe one team does, maybe one team doesn't have support from a platform team, and just see how that goes and where things start to either excel or deviate in negative ways.
To that point, like, I think one place that's really useful to usually try stuff like that is on, to kind of bring it all back, like the release engineering side of things, right? Like or CI/CD or QA, whatever that looks like, but find sort of things that are important, but are not necessarily in that core code writing part of the SDLC, because those are usually a little, you can usually go into those and there's more flexibility, yes, but there's also usually a lot of like low-hanging fruit. People tend to not spend a lot of time thinking about like how slow are my tests, or how long does release verification take, or any innumerable other things that could have massive, efficiency impacts if you go and, spend time and you look at them and you work on them. And then you can take the successes there and use that as kind of the, let's take this and expand it, right?
I think 100%. If I was going to experiment with anything like tracing, I would start with my CI/CD test. I would start with one team, one person who's passionate, and let it grow from there. My most successful attempts at my most successful teachings of these monitoring observability, how do I dashboard this XYZ, has been sitting with someone for their first PR, then or their first, walking through it, however you set those up, and then saying, okay, next time just send me a PR, I'll review it, I'm still here for you, and then letting them teach somebody on their team. And then I'm like, you're free, go off and teach the people the things. That I've found works really well. And it goes right to Starlight's point of aiming the spray bottle one at a time, focused attention, and letting that build on itself.
Well, I think we're actually getting close to time here. So I was going to say, do we want to go around and like, what's the one takeaway, I guess? Like if you had to, or maybe not one takeaway, but like the one thing that we should have talked about when we didn't, about how to really improve your SRE journey. Start with Starlight.
Yeah, I think the one thing we didn't talk about is it really takes the right SREs for the company. It's like we were talking about. Each company has a different culture. You need the SREs to support that.
Okay. I'll build on that and say, while you're looking for SREs, I hear recruiting SREs is the hardest. People tear their hair out trying to find one. Look at your interview questions as well. Are they all focused on tech stack, Kubernetes, XYZ? Where are you testing for communication skills, cross-team dependency resolution? I'd like to see more of that come up in SRE interview questions versus algorithms and data structures, to be honest. That'd be my tip.
Okay, Austin, how about you? What happened?
Actually, no, I think honestly, I've been spending a lot of time playing around with Chat GPT, the latest and greatest from OpenAI, and I'm fully convinced that the days of humans typing in YAML is quickly coming to a close. So yeah, no, we should definitely be. I think the ability to communicate is, I mean, this isn't just SRE. This is like anything in general, right? Your ability to communicate with other human beings is going to be the real differentiator, in the future, and even is today. But being able to focus on building SRE teams and really building individuals up that can help not only communicate about, hey, this is why the systems are doing this or that or the other, this is why we're doing this technical thing or that technical thing, but helping, trying to find people that can elevate your rest of your engineering team, right? Like from a communication perspective. It's not, SRE isn't just slinging YAML. It's not just like building Terraform. It's helping to instill these values of, blamelessness and then trust and communication and openness and da-da-da-da-da. So finding people that can help kind of sell that emotional state into the rest of your org is really important, right? So it's not just that, it's how are you interviewing for EQ as well as IQ, right? So yeah.
Excellent stuff. One I would add is don't be afraid to be proud and communicate successes too. Don't assume people know the progress that you've made. Sometimes it's easy laterally for folks that you work with every day to know what you've done, accomplishments that you or the team has made. But it's kind of important that upper management, your boss, or maybe a little higher, needs to know, hey, we've had some good successes. Don't be afraid to tell your story. Now, you don't need to say it every second, every time they talk to you. But that's how they know you're doing good work too. Sometimes it doesn't always make it to the right folks. So, share your story, if you will. Well, Austin's been fantastic. Thank you to you and the Lightstep team for sponsoring the SRE show. Paige and Starlight, amazing experiences along with Austin's to share today, and I'm sure folks got a lot out of this. So please tune in. We have lots of episodes available. We have some live roundtable that's coming up here. Check us out on Techstrong TV. You can also find the live roundtable and also replays of those on DevOps.com. So, Austin, thank you so much, and thank you to Paige and Starlight.
Great having y'all.
Take care.
is Techstrong TV.
Hi, this is Mike Rothman. We are here at the Techstrong TV studio at the Wynn Hotel for reInvent 2022. That's AWS reInvent. So I'm pleased to be here with Fleming Shi. He is the CTO of Barracuda. You may have heard of Barracuda. They're a slightly small security company here. But Fleming, welcome to Techstrong TV. Good to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about, kind of why you're here and what you're excited about here at AWS reInvent.
Absolutely. First of all, it's the first, reInvent coming back after the pandemic.
Oh, that's right.
So
That's right.
It's great to be out here seeing people.
You exist, right? Am I
I exist, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can touch.
Yeah.
Not on a little Zoom box. So that's
right.
kind of nice.
Yeah. So super excited. I've been walking the floor and meeting people, and everyone is pretty excited about just the event in person. And we're here because we heard about AWS focus this year is really good on I think data. Let it be enabling people working with data, and especially providing all different new services and platforms for data scientists or data engineers to work more efficiently. One of the key thing is cybersecurity is one of the important I think elements in building any software.
Of course.
So they actually started. They launched a new service. It's called Security Lake, AWS Security Lake, and Barracuda actually really worked with them in the last few months to actually get ready to provide signals. So the Security Lake can actually offer signals that Barracuda detects and make it very accessible to our customers, our combined customers. And I think that's why it's exciting for us, because this is just the beginning to find ways to collaborate and make sure customers who utilize AWS or have access to their infrastructure in AWS can utilize these type of information that we're providing, security-centric information.
Yeah.
So that's why we're here.
No, that's great. Obviously, when you think about the criticality of the workloads that are moving into all cloud platforms, but specifically AWS, and the fact that AWS hasn't really had market-leading security capabilities thus far. They may argue with that, but we're not going to debate that today. That's certainly kind of my judgment on that front. To see them really get into the aggregation business and say, listen, security and detection really is driven by data, and to be able to somewhat scalably and hopefully economically, kind of aggregate a lot of that data for what's happening in AWS, I think is really great news on that front. So explain a little bit about how your service is going to integrate in with the data lake. And you mentioned that it was for email specifically.
Exactly.
So email telemetry goes into the data lake, or they're gathering email information or messaging information that then you would, kind of be able to detect. So explain a little bit about how this works.
The integration we're doing actually is our SaaS offering for email security. We actually offer protection for your Microsoft 365 environment. What's really good about that is we are able to identify those really critical information or signals that matters to security professionals. That'd be Ops Center or a CISO group that does security in any customer's environment, or in some cases, MSSPs who are actually operating on top of AWS and maybe even the tooling they have on behalf of their customers. In those situations, now we're able to ingest our information. It's not just logging; it's actually signals that is in a format which is what we call the OCSF, which is an open source. They call the Open Cybersecurity Schema Framework, which is co-funded by AWS. What's neat about that is now we're formulating the email findings, so customers can utilize those signals and take action and make sure the SOC activities are adequate and respond at the right time.
And you kind of take a step back and go, okay, so email, but email continues to be, kind of the tip of the spear.
Absolutely.
Right? So
for the attackers.
For the attackers, that's really kind of the first effort that they make to break into an environment, gain persistence, and then, kind of move through the environment. So that is a pretty critical kind of signal, but, kind of detection mechanism to really understand what would be a multifaceted attack.
That's right. In fact, email is always the first wave of things that attackers will try to use, the methods they use. in a MITRE ATT&CK framework, all the different methodologies utilized. We believe if we provide the signal to any security teams, they can actually short circuit potential attacks early on instead of waiting for network traffic to be kind of start to show some signs of compromise or even web traffic. But before you get all that, you can actually put it away early. So that's why we wanted to make sure we provide that signal.
Earlier detection equals more robust remediation.
And more rapid response.
That's right.
And it's pretty exciting for us. This is just the beginning. We have a whole suite of products, close to 18 of them, right? So the email is the first wave of signals we're integrating with OCSF and on top of the AWS security lake.
But you already have products that run in and support AWS.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do. And it really, what we're trying to do is pick the most important ones and start moving in. So make it super accessible to customers.
So that's a good question. So love the security data lake. Obviously the email signals on top of that. But let's talk a little bit more generically about kind of cloud, right? You've been with Barracuda for a long time.
That's right.
Right. So explain a little bit about kind of this evolution, right? You saw obviously a lot of the email protection that you're doing, even web protection was happening on-prem, and now all these things are cloud, and a bunch of your services are delivered as SaaS. So how is that, kind of, and as AWS and Azure and all these other, hyperscalers are in there. When you think about building out products, right, and kind of provisioning and trying to protect an environment, across a lot of these different, platforms, how has that made your job a little bit, either more challenging, easier? I would love to get your perspective on that.
Definitely. That's actually a really good topic there, because when I started at Barracuda, everything is in close to you, right? Like, so you actually have a parameter. But what we see is now the adoption of SaaS applications is rapidly growing, and what's really cool about email is actually a SaaS application.
Sure.
Especially in Microsoft 365. It has so many SaaS features like sharing files, sharing calendars, all those things. What's really interesting is we believe the adoption of SaaS will continue, and our ability to protect customers are going to get closer and closer to the SaaS itself. Email is just really one area we actually played really well because we're using APIs to talk to the backends. Actually, we do machine learning based on communication patterns, identifying anomalies when really bad phishing attacks that doesn't require a malware to be attached to get to people, right? So those are things we're doing now. But genuinely, other SaaS applications are also becoming more useful. Everything we touch, like Workday, Salesforce, NetSuite, everything, right? So I believe in the future, as SaaS applications gets more mature, have more security posture capabilities to allow us to instrument and monitor and tune and close the gaps, and making sure that the policy drifts or even configuration drifts are taken care of early, and we will be closer and we'll be able to solve the problem faster for the future. For the customer.
And it really, when you think about it, it becomes one really big ecosystem, right? So we were just talking about SaaS applications.
That's right. Yeah.
SaaS applications are hosted somewhere.
That's right.
Typically one of the hyperscalers, right?
Absolutely.
So AWS or Azure or GCP,
yeah.
right? So, AWS's focus, at least at this reInvent, on kind of data, helping you manage it, helping you protect it, etc. Kind of, is then those capabilities are inherited or can be used by the SaaS players that are on top of that, and then folks like you guys, kind of as a third-party security vendor across a variety of these different environments, can really start to take advantage of both the fidelity of the data that AWS is gathering, the way the SaaS players are starting to leverage that kind of data, and then how you kind of play into the whole thing to protect it across this multi-cloud environment.
Absolutely.
I get that kind of right, or is
absolutely
that
hit it very spot on? Yeah, and I think what I feel about is that AWS or Microsoft Azure, all these hyperscalers will offer ability to build your application, and these SaaS applications we always talk about shift left and shift right.
Yeah.
The builders are going to need security. But, for example, Barracuda customer, most of them are SaaS users, right? They're actually accessing and consuming SaaS applications. What's neat about that is now if we're plugged into the the ecosystem, and these hyperscalers providing things like the AWS Security Lake. Now we can provide the signal and provide the ability to respond. And in that way, I think it's really modernized and cloud native in a way that our customers will be using software in the future.
Yeah.
So it's pretty awesome to have them also kind of getting to a point where they're providing these capabilities that we can leverage.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And it's interesting because that plays into a couple of the trends that we at Techstrong Research are starting to, kind of play around with as we head into 2023 that we'll preview at our Predict conference, in early January. One, our overall theme for security is security is job one.
That's
right. And it's not just kind of the security folks anymore, right? It's DevOps folks, it's infrastructure folks, it's SRE, it's platform engineering. It's all these folks have to really start thinking about security from that standpoint. And then you mentioned cloud native as well. That's another main area of focus for us. And our theme there is we're calling it the long march, right? And I don't remember the lamp stack, right? We're building web applications. You've been in business long enough, Fleming, to remember that. It took a decade for kind of us to really adopt the lamp stack and really kind of standardize on that. And now, Kubernetes and a lot of the other CNCF projects are starting to become a little bit more established. But now we have to start seeing kind of the breadth of enterprise services, right? Both from security, reliability, backup, right? Kind of resilience, a lot of those capabilities that, again, takes time for us to get there, right? And again, I think, you have, I think, a unique perspective there, kind of being CTO, not just having to protect customers' data, but having to actually build these SaaS applications that deliver this stuff. So you kind of see it from both sides in terms of how this evolution is happening.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. And I think the software industry is continued to be very robust and it's growing. Everything we touches software, and software creates and requires data as well as emits and generates lots of data. So my thinking here is that as we work with these hypervisors, hyperscalers, which do run on hyper, is
hyper something.
They're super fast, super scalable. But what's really good about these type of integration is gives us the ability to deliver the security people need. And I believe AWS will be excited in making sure this is continuously available, made it more efficient and more accessible.
That's right.
So reduces cost, because otherwise someone has to build a SIM to collect the data, and that could be very expensive.
And is very expensive. I mean, I've been following that market for many years.
That's
is very expensive on that front. And every time you look at an industry study or survey of organizations, inevitably, right, security, compliance, right, and a lot of the operational things are the top 2 or 3 concerns that folks have about continuing to move workloads into the cloud. So I think what AWS and Azure and GCP, to be clear, what they've figured out is that's a major friction point. And when you look at what Azure has been able to do with Sentinel, right? Their embedded SIM on that front. Obviously, GCP has Chronicle, which they had built from get-go. AWS didn't really have anything, right? So security data lake. I mean, it really is a clear attempt to fill that huge hole in their environment. And again, I think that's good for customers because at the end of the day, if you're all in on AWS, right, Sentinel doesn't help you too much, right?
Right. And one thing I like the approach from AWS, they're using the word federation. So more of a federated kind of queries and less about copying data. When we integrate with Security Lake, we're actually delivering actual very usable or actionable signals, not just putting logs in there.
That's right.
So it's actually I feel like it's the enhanced way of actually going about this. Yeah, it's like a teamwork.
We can't. There's too much data, and we can't move it all to one place. One, because you're paying for it, right? And that's one of the things that folks don't realize. Like, oh, I'm trying to get at my telemetry that's in the cloud. Well, pay me now or pay me later, right? But you're paying me. You pay me to store it, or you're paying me to move it. So, obviously, being able to leverage a variety of different federated data sources and aggregation points is critical on that front. So, I think this is great. Congratulations on kind of getting ahead of the
on the curve,
ahead of the curve on on supporting AWS Data Lake. How do folks get in touch? I mean, I guess they would know how to find Barracuda, but let's not make any assumptions? So how do we find Barracuda and some information on the new email capabilities?
Yeah, it's on our campus. So actually how to use Barracuda email security with the AWS Security Lake. And also what's important is, our website has plenty of other assets that help you understand how to recover from ransomware. And a lot of these ransomware attacks are started from phishing and credential theft and all that. So so go visit our website and our campus.
Go visit their website and take care of that. So again, thank you, Fleming. Really appreciated the conversation. Always fun. We're here at reInvent 22 at the Techstrong TV studio at the Wynn Hotel. And we'll be back soon with another interview from reInvent.
Thank you.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Jim Hyman, who's been recently appointed CEO for Order, and we're talking about connected devices and the security thereof. Jim, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
So what attracted you to Order in the first place? What do you think is unique about the company, and what do you think maybe you're going to see in the coming year?
Yeah, thanks. So when I look at the security landscape, I've spent the last 20 plus years in the security space, everything from applications to network security, cloud security, API security, kind of across the board. And one of the things that we're seeing, whether it's it's going to continue, is an obvious thing, which is this proliferation of devices. And people all talk about it. I think when you think about the actual volume of devices, it's more staggering when you look at the real numbers. And from a security perspective, I spent the last seven years or so looking at kind of network and application security specifically as an attack vector, and really thinking through the attack surface, kind of what are people going after. And when I looked at Order, they are trying to solve a different problem, which is the attack surface used to be thought of as your network perimeter. Now it's thought of as your network as a whole. And yet these companies and enterprises and healthcare organizations have millions and millions of devices that were never considered part of the attack surface. So much so, even in a lot of organizations today, it's not owned by the same security teams. They're different folks that own that device security. And so, Order's trying to solve a problem, which I think is a big one. And I think it's going to become even bigger in the next few years, which is, I would say the first order of business is just understanding what devices you have. And so we think about that internally as just this, kind of see, know, and secure as the journey. Mm-hmm. And so I look at it and say the first step is see, what do you have? What's even in your network? And, I did a lot of work with a pharmaceutical company where we spent years working on their application security. And then they got attacked through their cameras, their security cameras at their manufacturing facilities. And it was just a different beast to them. So seeing what you have is the first step. The second step, which is harder, is knowing what you have. And this is where I think I was attracted to Order, where they're, from a technology perspective, knowing what software is running on it. Is it an outdated Windows 7 machine that can't be patched? Is it, a pump? Is it a camera? Is it, what is the device? And then the biggest one for me is how do you secure it all? And that's a big problem. Understanding what a device is supposed to do and how it's supposed to do it is a really hard problem. And so I like that. I think from a security perspective, my DNA is very, very deep security. And I think Order is really in the forefront of that, especially on the device side.
Is it your sense that the bad guys are getting smarter, or is it just a question of the attack surface is getting so broad that we can't defend against it?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's both. I think the bad actors in the world are no longer random third parties. They are very well organized. They're well funded. And in a lot of cases, they're not going after incredibly sophisticated attacks. There are examples of attacks that have been successful that take years to plan, but a lot of attacks, they're going after a VPN infrastructure that's not up to snuff, and then COVID hits, and everybody's connecting remotely, or they're going after old unpatched machines or credentials, and even basic kind of phishing attacks that are still happening. And so I think part of it is that they are just going after enterprises more aggressively. But the second part of it is true, and that is the attack surface is expanding exponentially at this point. And so whether it's devices alone, if you look at a hospital, for instance, they now have over 15 to 20 connected devices per bed in the hospital. That's incredible if you think about the attack surface that someone can go after. And the cloud has made that a different problem because it's no longer, as I said before, if you're talking to, even small kind of regional banks, they no longer have everything in a data center that they control. Their data, their access, their APIs are tied to all sorts of third-party services. And so the attack surface has definitely grown. And there's a whole industry around just attack surface discovery and attack surface management. And I think that's great that people are starting to recognize that, but I think you really need to make sure you're securing it as well. So I think unfortunately, I think it's a two-pronged approach to the problem.
Yeah. What is your sense of the relationship between the OT folks that normally run a lot of these devices and the internal security teams? Are they coming together? Because it feels like for many years, they kind of went out of their way not to engage each other.
So I think they're converging. I don't think they're converging as fast as it feels sometimes. And I say that because I think at certain times the OT devices and the IT devices are very different in terms of how they act and who's using them. And so take healthcare, for instance, connected medical devices are sometimes very complicated devices. And so for a general security organization to all of a sudden have control over pumps and MRI machines and ventilators is a different problem than saying you now have control over laptops or you have control over the VPN infrastructure. And so I don't think it's as simple as just saying that IT and OT converge, because I think that there's a complexity of the device type. And if you look at, attacks that we all know well, like Colonial Pipeline and things of that sort, this was an attack that started in OT and then merged over to IT, right, and affected both. And so I think while they are converging, I don't think it's a simple answer of saying, why doesn't one team just own both? But there's no doubt about it, at least the decision-making and the strategy around how to secure all of that is starting to fall under one umbrella, which I think is a good thing. I remember the days where, the security teams and the CISO organizations didn't have a voice at the board meeting. That's not true in the last 10 years. They have a very loud voice at the board meeting. And so I think it's going to continue to evolve to a point where security means security, kind of regardless of the type of the device.
Of course, the bad guys don't distinguish between OT and IT. To them, they're all equal opportunity targets, so maybe they have an advantage in that regard. But what is your sense of, do we really need to rethink cybersecurity, maybe flatten the whole thing, or is it more about putting together different segmented solutions for different vertical plays and kind of think about it in more of that line, or for that matter, do we have the right structure and it's just that we're overwhelmed?
I think maybe we can approach it from a different angle. And that is this, there's a journey that everybody is a favorite term of zero trust. And I think that, if I think about how to approach the problem, I think zero trust is the right answer. I think zero trust is a journey, not necessarily a destination. And when you look at how this problem gets solved, think about a device again in a medical facility or in a manufacturing facility. Understanding what that device is meant to do is really important. And, is it meant to have external internet connectivity? Is it meant to be calling back and relaying data to a phone home server somewhere? Understanding what those devices do can tell you a lot about how to secure the device. And so when you look at things like network segmentation, it solves a lot of the problems because you can make decisions in an automated fashion based on what a device is meant to do. I think that the attack surface is so broad at this point, I don't see that genie getting back in the bottle to the point where networks become so flat that you can just say no to a device or to a type of connectivity. I think you have to solve it a layer deeper at the device level, at the application level, in terms of who should be allowed to do what, along with kind of network control systems, NAC software and other things. I think it's definitely the right angle, and it's a good start.
How do we close the loop? I get that we're going to discover devices and their level of security, but how do we turn that into something that can be remediated and maybe regularly updated and patched?
Yes. So the biggest issue with that being, the reason that's a hard question is because there are two ways to think of the problem. One is you approach it from a reactive security tool, and that is, how do you make these devices either segmented or controlled to the point where any new device gets plugged in, it automatically gets recognized for what it is. The patch levels, the software running on it, who's allowed to use it. And that's a very utopian view that we are all kind of moving towards. The other side of it, which if you look at some of the regulation that's getting passed around the Patch Act and other things, they're trying to get the vendor community and the manufacturing community to build some of this security into the devices in the first place. And I think that's a good thing that they're doing. And I think it's a very hard ask. A lot of these attacks don't necessarily take advantage of a known vulnerability in a router or in a firewall or in anything else. These are attacks that are propagated against a company using ingenuity and logic that may be just a logic flaw in the way the code was written, as opposed to a true security hole. And so I think you have to come at it from both angles. I think that the idea of maintaining control of what's in your network and who gets to use it and why is the biggest piece of the puzzle. But I do think it's good that we're working more with the manufacturers to try to figure out how to make security a key aspect to a product when it gets delivered. But that's going to be a lifelong struggle, I think, for the manufacturing community, because it does, in their minds, it can slow down kind of the route to market. But I think it's a necessary component to the problem for sure.
We are, of course, seeing the government get more involved in these various regulations and requirements. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because sometimes, there's an old joke that says, the 9 most dangerous words in the world, English language, are, hello, I'm from the government, I'm here to help.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that's a fair statement, and I understand it. I will say, from my perspective, having spent the last 10 years doing a lot of work with the government in the security space, I like the direction they're heading. I think that they understand the need for this. I think they are being very open-minded in terms of how they solve the problem. And I think they're taking baby steps to mandate how companies secure their networks and secure their devices. So as of now, I think they've taken a measured approach. At the end of the day, security is not a government regulated thing, and nor should it be. It should be something that, both from a company perspective, but more so a manufacturing perspective, it should be part of the everyday discussion. It kind of goes back to my comment, 10 years ago, talk to CISOs that didn't have a voice at the board. It's really an amazing thing to look at now when you look at what companies think of them, the biggest threats to their organizations over the next 10 years. Security is always on the list. And I think that's because, the bad actors and the groups that are formed now to make these attacks happen, they're very well organized. And it's no longer just the banks that are in danger. I think the financial institution was the first to really step up and work together. They shared a lot of data. They shared a lot of best practices. And you see the same thing happening now in the retail industry. You see it happening in manufacturing. You see it happening in healthcare. Organizations are getting together and working together to make sure they work to solve the problem. And so I think it's a combination. I think the government so far has been pretty measured in their actions. So I think it's a good thing.
As you kind of put it all together, have we gotten past what I would call the checkbox compliance era of security, and now we've kind of moved up to a level of interest and awareness that people just aren't doing the bare minimum?
I think we're way past it, to be honest. I used to, you call it checkbox compliance. I always thought of that as, what do I have to do to not end up on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, your box that you have to check. And I think we're past that. I think when I talk to chief security officers now of global 500 companies, global 2,000 companies, they have a real problem that they know exists and they need to solve around protecting their customers' data, protecting their infrastructure, protecting their uptime. And so I think we have crossed the street of, do I just want to check the box and be compliant? I just don't see that very often now as a reason to not do something as it was 10 or 15 years ago. I think really we've reached a point now where the stakes are so high from a data perspective and a business continuity perspective. It depends on the industry, I think, too, Michael, because when you talk to a retail CISO, they will tell you that the number one thing they cannot have happen is downtime. So if you are a retailer that does 90% of your business that way, you can't have everything go down. If you talk to a bank, obviously it's the financial systems, healthcare, it's the data. So I think the stakes now have become too high to just think about it as a compliance checkbox. Having said that, compliance, I still think is a very necessary thing, but it's no longer the driver for these projects that we see.
All right. Of course, we're at the beginning of a new year. What's your sense of the coming year? Predictions? Anything that you think people should be aware of before they get hit with it smack in the face, as they say?
Yeah, the biggest prediction for me coming out of what has been a very strange kind of 2.5, 3 years for all of us is that this notion of devices, the number of devices growing. I think we're all underestimating the extent to which those number of devices will grow. I think if you look at the number of devices per household, the number of devices per organization, enterprise, Global 2000 enterprise, I think we're going to see an absolute explosion of those devices. And I think that the next 2 or 3 years is going to play that out. And so, if I'm an organization now, I just want to make sure that from a security posture, I'm looking at my attack surface, and that attack surface should include devices. However you decide to go about doing that, I think, over the last 5 years, attack surface has meant, the new network perimeter, because people were moving so much of what they do to the cloud. I think going forward, my prediction is that the explosion of devices is real. And I think it needs to be added to that checkbox, as you put it, in terms of, what needs to be addressed going forward.
All right, folks, you heard it here. The attack surface is bigger than you think. So you might want to start getting out there and count those devices. Hey, Jim, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Brian Gracely, who's Vice President of Product Strategy for Solo.io. And we're talking about security and service meshes and how the whole landscape is starting to change under our feet, arguably for the better. Brian, welcome to the show.
Hey, Mike. Great to be with you today.
We've been talking about service meshes a lot in the context of API management, and some people see it as a way to provide a higher level of abstraction above the network layer, and that has a lot of promise for making networking simpler. But I think we've been overlooking the security aspects of this. So maybe you kind of want to walk us through from your perspective, how does all this changing application networking landscape improve the overall state of cybersecurity?
Yeah, I think it's a great topic because service meshes it's sort of always gone back and forth between is it a silver bullet for cloud native, or is it sort of hard or misunderstood? And I think what's an interesting discussion is, like you said, it's an interesting technology for abstracting the network. It's an interesting technology for helping to manage APIs, whether they're sort of internal for microservices or external as sort of an API gateway. But what's interesting is, I think more than anything, people end up initially using service mesh as a security capability, right? They look at it and they say, from an infrastructure perspective, platform engineering perspective, what can we do to make sure that first and foremost, we can internally deliver zero trust. We can sort of know what's coming onto the network. We can authenticate things, whether those are services or machines. And so it's probably something that we haven't talked enough about, just kind of the raw ability to take core primitives of service mesh, of things like Istio, and make them sort of the first step in that zero trust conversation.
And part of the issue, I think, is with zero trust, we assume that the conversation is all about trusting end users, when in fact we need to trust microservices, APIs, entire applications. So do you think we're not thinking through this whole conversation deeply enough?
Well, I think zero trust is one of those terms that can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. So you're right. The first thing we think about is, we used to have perimeters, so we would have VPNs, and we would think about user authentication, or maybe laptop authentication. But what we see, the other part of it, and this really plays to the concept of defense in depth, right? There's not sort of one silver bullet. Especially in a microservices world, a machine, we may need to authenticate a machine. We may need to authenticate a virtual machine. It could be a container in a Kubernetes world, or it could be a service. And I think, in the world where we live from a solo perspective with service mesh, it's really those things that we think about from a zero trust perspective. So same way that you think about, authenticating a user, it's as important to be thinking about, how do I authenticate and encrypt and validate a service or a machine or anything along those lines.
Is there some sort of aha moment that somebody has and figures all this out, or is this more like a byproduct of my initial investment in the service mesh, and then I discover all these downstream security benefits?
I think what we see in terms of aha moments is usually two things. The first one is a lot of times they just assume that Kubernetes has all these built-in security things for them, and then they start figuring out like, okay, where are those things that do mutual TLS, and they you start to realize like, okay, Kubernetes doesn't do everything. It's sort of scoped for what it does. And then I think the other sort of aha moment people have is, especially in Kubernetes environments, once they start kind of getting past that first project. So they built out a cluster. That first project was reasonably successful, and they go tell their teams, they go tell their boss, like, hey, we were able to deploy faster, we were able to scale in new ways we couldn't do it before. And other teams go, okay, cool, we'd like to get those benefits too. And all of a sudden the Kubernetes team goes, okay, great, bring what you're working on to our environment. And they don't know that team, right? That team maybe is it's a different internal team. It could be, a set of contractors they have. It could be, a third party company they're working with. And all of a sudden they go, oh, hold on, the known environment that I had introduces these variables, these unknowns, especially from a security perspective. And they start coming around to going, okay, I've got to figure out how to deal with that. So it's usually one of those two moments that kind of triggers them to go, okay, I got to figure out what service mesh can help me with for security.
Do you think that this will help narrow the divide between security teams and developers? Because in many ways, if I'm the development team and I lead the charge on the service mesh, I will have addressed many of the security issues, and those guys may not come knocking on the door until after I've already deployed my third or fourth cluster, right?
Yeah, I think what we find is the platform engineering teams, the teams that are running Kubernetes, again, sort of this Venn diagram of DevOps titles, SRE titles, and maybe cloud platform titles, the things that we're now kind of lumping into platform engineering, they tend to be the ones who, recognize the need for service mesh, especially from a security perspective. And oftentimes they're the ones who, kind of realize, okay, I can use even half the capabilities of what service mesh does to provide an environment that the developers then don't have to care about zero trust. They don't have to care about, is my service authenticated? It's just kind of taken care of for them. So I think what we've seen is more of an acceleration when the platform engineering team is driving things than when the application teams are saying, okay, I have to think about this as a trade-off of, do I write code? Do I not write code? Am I going to coordinate all the different teams and all the different languages? When platform engineering, or again, cloud platform, whatever your organization calls it, when they drive it, they can just sort of make it a checkbox. Do you want your environment secure or zero trust? Does it need to be encrypted? And they can kind of be a universal checkbox, regardless if you're writing code this way, using a different language, you come on day 1 or you come on day 200, whatever it might be.
Mm. As part of that transition, I think early on we might have seen service meshes adoption driven by developers, but are we seeing this as part of a shift where more engineers are driving the conversation on the back end, and then we're starting to see all these interesting benefits around security and networking that developers may not have initially appreciated?
Yeah, I think the way I tend to explain it is we've gone through a couple of different cycles. So the way I tend to frame it is, we went through a series of time when developers said, I'm going to build applications differently. I'd like to start using containers. And the IT team, the platform engineering team, basically said, okay, I've got to respond to that. I've got to give you an environment that's going to do that. They typically were picking Kubernetes. They were trying to figure out how to run those environments, and they had some initial success. And I tend to call that sort of cloud native 1.0. And that process for most organizations would take 18 months, 24 months sometimes to figure out, how do I containerize an application? How are we going to do this? How do we operationalize Kubernetes? And what they're now running into, and this is where we're really, I think, seeing the shift to the problem kind of falling on platform engineering as opposed to the developers, is they're now moving into multiple clusters, trying to scale environments. And so the problems become, how do I scale? How do I secure multiple environments or multiple teams? How do I manage those? And those tend to fall more on platform engineering, because the application teams have said, okay, we figured out microservices a little bit. We figured out containers. Our part of the problem is sort of done. And the other part of the burden has fallen more on the infrastructure and operations and clouds team. So I think we have seen a shift of who's more interested in service mesh and the sort of the tiers of service mesh that are more relevant to those security and operations team become really, really important, especially again in that sort of cloud native 2.0 stage where they're trying to scale, they're trying to do things at a bigger environment, they're trying to bring on more teams. It becomes really important, almost more so important for them than any individual application team.
We used to have fairly clear swim lanes for people. There were networking people, security people, developer folks. Do you think that, much like any other kind of democratic system, this is starting to get a little more messy as it becomes more of a team sport?
Well, you're right. We talk about that quite a bit, that it was sometimes life was easier when you just talked to the database team or the network team. I think at the end of the day, those silos kind of went away because the business goal or the business driver was our experience as a business, our experience with our customers are digital, and our customers are expecting more out of that digital experience than they were when it was a physical store or it was a physical hospital or whatever it might be. And so ultimately what happened was that need to build a better digital experience with your customers to be able to evolve it quickly kind of said, look, we'll never get there with the existing IT silos. And so, it was out of necessity that these teams kind of came together. They couldn't live by, open a ticket and wait a couple of days for this team to do it and open a different ticket for the other team to do it. So I think, especially around the digital experience stuff, whether we call it digital transformation or, again, building more modern cloud applications, there's no way to go back to those old silos, right? The teams, the network team, the infrastructure team, the security team, the team that does, builds and CI/CD, they have to be one team at this point. There's no other way to drive velocity that the business needs in terms of those digital experiences.
So bringing it full circle, as we look at cloud native and microservices, are the bad guys discovering these as attack vectors? Or are they starting to zone in on the APIs that each of these microservices expose? I mean, how good are they getting?
Well, the bad guys always have the advantage because they need to just have one good day, whereas the quote unquote good guys need to have every day be a good day. So that's always been the equation. I think the one thing that's really accelerated over the last 2 or 3 years, 3 or 4 years is in the early days of cloud native, in the early days of Kubernetes, we tried to apply a lot of the kind of the older static security principles to what we did, right? Perimeter-based security, not being able to sort of dynamically scan code that was coming off the internet or off a Docker hub. So the industry's gotten much, much better at realizing like this is what this new world looks like. And I think what we're now kind of figuring out, and we've been figuring out for the last couple of years, is what does that new, more dynamic defense in depth really look like? Because the same principles of defense in depth are extremely appropriate in this space, right? It's never going to be one silver bullet in terms of perimeter security or a scanning technology or any of those things. But I think it's also we've been figuring out how do we apply more modern technologies? So things like, the filtering technologies in Envoy can be applied both in service mesh as well as API gateway. So we're seeing some reuse of technology that can be applied in multiple locations. And then we've seen the industry be, very, very good about, applying good principles and new technologies to this sort of new world. So yeah, the bad guys are always going to be out there. They're going after APIs more than they ever have. And in some of those cases, it's really important to say, like, look, the way that we thought about stuff 4 or 5 years ago probably isn't necessarily going to be appropriate. The scale that we need, the ability to run things natively in the cloud, the ability to be native with the other automation that you do with Kubernetes, those become equally as important as just, do I have the right pure point in time security technology.
So bringing it full circle, we have seen the emergence of, say, site reliability engineers over the years, and there's different engineers for different things. So do you think we'll see a security engineer become part of the DevOps process, and there'll be specialists that kind of are the people that everybody else leans on to kind of drive this process?
Yeah, I think we've seen we've seen a push from kind of the early adopters where there's a couple of terms that get used all the time. One of them is shift left. So if we think about sort of a left to right orientation of how an application goes from being developed sort of left to right through the pipeline and testing process all the way into production, what we've seen is people shifting the security functionality left. So it's not it's not the application got built, we throw it over the wall to production, and I hope security raises a red flag if it's bad. We're seeing more and more security functionality, again, sort of in that DevSecOps mindset, be pushed left. We're seeing security embedded in how things are developed, how things are tested in the pipelines. We're seeing security being part of kind of the deployment models. So yeah, I think we've begun to see that. Not everybody obviously has kind of gotten to that point yet, but we've seen enough best practices that whether you call it shift left in terms of shifting your security capabilities further into the development and testing process, or you just sort of start thinking about DevSecOps as being a core element of that platform engineering piece. It's definitely something that a lot of people are talking about. The capabilities are out there, and those people are as important as they've ever been, if not maybe more so now. Just the amount of change, the amount of speed that's happening in application development.
All right, folks, you've heard the phrase "security is everyone's job." What perhaps the best place for everyone to get started on the same page is with a service mesh. Hey, Brian, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. We're back here with our coverage of reInvent 2022. We are at the Win at our video station, and I'm really so happy. One of the nice things about being out in person again is getting to see people in person. So this lady right here, Chensi Wang, I'm ashamed to say I know her. I'm not ashamed to say. She might be ashamed to say that I know her a very, very long time. She is, she's currently the CEO, founder of Rain Capital. Mm-hmm. But before this, Chensi has been an analyst, a VP of security, a VP of strategy officer and marketing, and
an academic,
and a PhD, and a public board member, and I could go on and embarrass her, but I won't. But she's a really, really smart woman and a very nice person. So anyway, I'm happy to call her a friend. Jency, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
It's our pleasure. Well, and that brings up us. Joining Jency and I today is Blake Bissett, or Bissett.
There you go.
Depending
Blake
if you're
Bissett,
from
yes.
Canada or U.S. And Blake's going to tell us a little bit about his background in a second, too. Actually, why don't we get your background out of the way, Blake?
Oh, Lord. Okay. So in terms of what's relevant here, I suppose, I did a few startups, ended up selling one of them to Google back in 2010. Spent about 5-6 years at Google working in reliability and security, mostly YouTube, Chrome, things like that. And then was head of reliability engineering for Dropbox for a while. Then went to work with a friend of mine called Niall Murphy at Microsoft doing production reliability and security engineering for Azure. And then worked on all of production infrastructure engineering for their air gap and secret clouds and so forth and so on. After about 3 years there, the two of us decided that we had a really great idea and we would, jump ship and go work on that for a while. So that's.
He's
in your spare time.
He's the co-founder of a new company called Stanza.
Yeah.
Stanza, Stanza.
Yep, that's right. Just like
Excellent.
the poem or the song, those sorts of things. Yep.
I love it. Excellent. We're going to jump more into that in a minute, but I really wanted to kind of hear from Jency a little bit. And I'm sure Jency will weave you in. So we'll go through that. Jency, it's interesting times again, right?
It is. Yeah.
And you and I have been through more than several cycles in the world economy, tech economy.
Mm-hmm.
Look, some may say this was due to happen, right? We were getting a little bit of irrational exuberance.
We were ahead of ourselves. Yes.
And a large part of it also is, I think, because of COVID, a lot of companies manned up or personed up for COVID because digital transformation maybe gave us a false sense. We accelerated digital transformation so much.
Is that the new normal rather than just a path?
But when you take your foot off that pedal a little bit to give air to some other things, it's only natural. But what's your take on it?
Well, having been at the conference here, for 2 days, looking at what's interesting, the sessions and the floor, what I walk away are two things. And you and I have been in the tech community for a long time, and we started both in security, right?
Yeah.
And went into DevOps and cloud. So if I think back in, maybe 10, 15 years back, cloud computing was just starting, right? And people are talking about putting my data, putting my application in the cloud. But really what's happening now since then is we are not only putting our application data in the cloud, we're really adopting this new development methodology, right? So the whole thing about constant continuous deployment, continuous integration and automation are all coming from this mindset of cloud computing, right? And that is now proliferating in companies, and especially those that are on the forefront of tech transformational digital transformation. And that is what I saw on the show floor, right? A lot of dev-centric innovation. Right.
Yeah.
So because software is eating the world, so we want to accelerate that journey. So a ton of innovation about making development easier, making development more readily consumable, no code, automation, and reliability, right?
Yeah.
Making the infrastructure reliable, making the whole stack more reliable. And that's what the takeaway is.
No security?
Security is reliability. They're
So-
deeply
security is
intertwined.
quality.
Yeah.
So it's a great question. What I actually, the trend I'm seeing is security is part of the infrastructure, right? If you treat security differently, you and I, security people, we always say you don't bolt security on, you build security in. Right? What does it mean to build it in? It means it is part of the infrastructure, right? And that's really where we need to be. And I think I'm finally beginning to see that.
No doubt.
Yeah.
We've made so much progress. So I have a similar take. And Blake, you've been around too. So I'm
Did
sure
you just call me old? Is that what I just know?
Well, you should.
If the hat fits, how many people wear a NASA hat from the last shuttle launch? Just saying. But
I'll own it.
Yeah.
It's good.
But that being said, you're right. We just did our DevOps experience event in October, last month, or 2 months ago now, maybe. And the theme was DevOps everywhere, right? Because software has eaten the world. There's no doubt. Right? This whole digital transformation, it's software. Let's be real, right? Digital transformation is about software. Today, software is built with DevOps, but it's not the DevOps that when I started DevOps.com 8 or 9 years ago, which was Dev and Ops. It's security, so it's DevSecOps. And it's SRE, right? Site reliability engineering is a important part of the ops piece of it. Is the platform
Engineering, right? So it's reliability, security, and automation all together in the platform engineering.
And right, it's all. So it's not I'm not a strict interpretation of DevOps person. I'm more of an umbrella, but it's all part of this whole way we do Dev and Ops and DevOps. And then the other thing is, we're here at Amazon with the cloud, but we can't lose. Look, the edge is happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely, yeah.
IoT, DevOps of things, we called it at this event. It's part. If software is eating the world, DevOps is digesting it, right? And I that's where I am. But
we're serving it up on a plate, right?
Absolutely, in bite-sized chunks. But it's a more mature vision of this. How's this playing out as you look at new investments in your current portfolio? What do you think?
So, and this brings me to why we're here today, right? So, a lot of us are at this conference because we see the front edge of innovation here, right? And AWS is certainly leading the wave, and companies like Stanza and others are riding this wave to really engineer the future. Right. And so what we like about some of these new innovation is that it's really, it's decoupling certain things, right? You decouple the core application from the illities of it. The illities are security, reliability, other illities, right? And so that developers can focus on what they do the best, and others can focus on, like reliability, what you do the best. But it is so intimately integrated so that it's not bolted on, rather it's through APIs, through real-time data exchange so that you can do real-time actions, real-time response. So yesterday on the floor, I was talking to this guy who's, he's head of engineering for a fairly large company. And he was looking at feature flagged development, right? And he's saying that even with a lot of things that I have today, I still have errors and unforeseen issues within my infrastructure. I don't know where it came from, right? I have to really peel back the layers of onion to understand. And so we were having this debate about how do we understand from the, you see something at the application signal at the application layer, how do we translate that all the way down to infrastructure and really troubleshoot it and do real-time response? And that's the type of agility that we're looking for as innovators, right? And that's why I'm so excited about what Stanza is doing. So I'm going to have Blake talk a little bit about But
hey, look, big shoes, Blake.
The thing really is how do we make sure some of the innovation that happening in Google and Microsoft that coming out and serve the greater community, right? So
that's really, that's our mission, right? And you know this, of course, but we're looking to make reliability something that's not just the privilege of the biggest tech companies in the world, but something that's accessible to anyone who's building software, right? And to that end, we're focusing on building this in a way that is accessible to people who it's a paradigm and a sort of that the metaphors of this are things that are intuitive to them, right? Because if they don't understand, if they can't interact with it the way that they're used to, If they have to go out and use all this other stuff, it doesn't work for them, right? So you're probably familiar with like the DOM, the document object model for browsers, is how front end developers interact and control. So we're building something that's essentially the DOM for production, right? So all your infrastructure systems can be queried and accessed through this, and then layer on top of that specific solutions for key problems in the reliability space that folks encounter. So one of the first places that we're working on is like flow control for systems, right? So that right now people have a ton of problems where they have to build back pressure through their entire infrastructure. When they've got say a database problem, or maybe your Kafka queues, or something's not quite lining up right, not processing properly. And instead, we can very easily signal all the way out to the edge, as you talk about, in your mobile device or whatever. These kinds of issues that are occurring, and reroute or adjust, or maybe we spin up additional capacity, or if you're maybe it's something as simple as we can get to the point where we can prevent these problems entirely, right? Rather than like relying on signal, we can say, oh, we see that someone's loaded up a cart full of items, and now we assume they're going to want to make a purchase at some point, so we go and we warm up their lambdas ahead of time, so they don't have a 10-second delay thrown over the lambda stack, right?
So I get it.
Yeah.
And our audience is the audience for this, right?
Yeah.
We got people out here. This is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Here's my question to you. I think one of the problems we have today is an embarrassment of riches when it comes to data and metrics on our reliability.
Sure.
Whether you're using Prometheus or open, not Lightspeed, open telemetry, or name Grafana, all of these things. We're being inundated.
And probably you're using all of those.
Yeah, no.
This is what we're seeing. People have Datadog, and they have Honeycomb, and they have Sentry, and they have, and it's just
not to mention the old APM stuff and all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And the problem, the signal to noise ratio of it,
it's not optimal. Absolutely.
No.
Yeah. We find, and we see this all the time in incidents after reports and things. People have the data they need to solve, to spot problems before they happen,
data
and nobody's looking at it.
Yeah, data, either nobody's looking at, or you have data, but you can't get inside out.
Yes.
Right? Because it's
actionable intelligence.
We call this intelligence. Yeah,
call
exactly.
That, right?
Turning data into intelligence, and turning intelligence into actually, a recommendation of how to proceed, and action to take.
And also, I think ultimately, not just recommendation, but maybe at some point turn that into code that you can deploy right away into the infrastructure to do auto remediation, auto rollback, or whatever actions you need to take. Right? And that's really the future, I think.
Yeah, and that's part of what we're trying to do here is build because of this what we call the POEM, production object eventing model. This is like the DOM equivalent. It allows us to consume from all these different systems. Like, we're not here to replace your observability tools. We don't want to build another observability tool. Right. We want you to actually get the functionality out of those tools that was advertised to you. Bring the attention economy, that lets you know what you should be dealing with right now and how you should be dealing with it, and in fact give you, maybe an automated way to do that, or a better set of recommendations to choose from, because we do want to keep this human centered. Like, the human is, at the end of the day, very important to making the right decision in these cases. A fully automated system can lead you astray, right? But
I think you are building, like, taking data from systems, then you're building certain primitives, right?
Exactly.
And then the reliability engineering team, or the security team, or the platform engineering team can rely on these primitives to make decisions and take action.
Yeah, and we can level up the folks that you already have, right? If you don't have a team like that, we can help product engineers who have a production responsibility to make the same kind of crystallize the wisdom, the good patterns into responses that they can take effectively. Or if you do have very folks who are very accomplished in these areas, we can make them capable of handling more systems. We can make them the ramp up time when they join a company to shorten that to time to effectiveness. So, and this is all really, I think, something that companies are going to have to get their hand around, because we're not able to scale the people the way that we need to scale them right now.
Well, and it brings up something else, though, too, that we're all out here with 55,000 of our closest friends at reInvent. But really, when we look at the market as a whole, there's still a lot more computing resource and a lot more computing not in the cloud.
Not in the cloud, yeah.
Back here.
Yeah.
So we're still we're not halfway through this journey even. We're still at relatively a third of the way, a quarter of the way. I mean, there's a lot of companies haven't even begun.
And everything's heterogeneous. Even people who are fully in the cloud are spread across a bunch.
Well,
They've got PaaS over here,
right.
and they got ECS here.
Well, they're starting right.
Multi-cloud, I think, is here to stay, right?
No doubt.
If you're a large company, if you're JP Morgan, you're not going to put all your infrastructure in one cloud, right? You have to spread out.
For a lot of reasons.
Right? For a lot of reasons. But the thing I'm looking at is folks who are traditionally on-premises heavy, right? How fast they are moving to the cloud and how fast they are adopting these new primitives. And really, Alan, for those of us who have been through many tech cycles, this is really, cloud computing is one of the rare opportunities for us to actually rebuilding our infrastructure, right? And when else we're going to get this opportunity again? So, but let me finish just, if you get this opportunity to rebuild, you have to do things right? We didn't do things right on premises, right? We did security later, we did reliability later, and now...
We called it organic.
It was organic. But to make that work, we have to meet people where they are. To your point, like there's so many companies that are, mixed between on-prem and cloud or mixed between different clouds and so forth. And that's a typical feeling, I think, with a lot of approaches people take where there was this kind of, we're going to provide systems with lots of guardrails. And, it's sort of like the Apple, kind of model of, we're going to tell you what you want and you're going to do it this way, right? And that really, the adoption doesn't work for these companies, right? You have to be able to say, all right, here's something you can adopt piecemeal. Here's something you can adopt for your most critical user flows first. We can provide you immediate results from these instrumenting and actuating the most important parts of your business, and then grow from there in the way that makes sense. So that as you do this rebuild, as you architect your systems in a way that sets you up right for the future, we can help smooth that along the way and make sure that you're getting the value out of what you're trying to do.
I got to tell you, this is the longest 15-minute interview we've done. Wow. But wait, there's more. Blake, I need you to talk to our audience now. For people who say, hey, this sounds like something I want to find out more about, maybe something we want. Give them an on-ramp here. How did they engage Stanza?
Oh, wow. Okay. So probably the best thing right now, anybody who's interested in joining like our customer advisory board or reaching and getting early preview into what we're working on.
Preview model. It's stanza.systems.
Right? Yes, right. Yeah.
Not stanza.com.
So they could contact hello@stanza.systems. And that will put them into that community of folks who are interested in these kinds of problems, and we can help solve them together, because we're very convinced. We have seen these things built in very advanced ways in a lot of very exciting companies. It's not out there, for everybody else yet, but you can't just import that. You have to build for the needs that these companies have and the way that they're working, right? So we bring the principles, but the tooling needs to be, different, even when we're trying to accomplish the same goals. So that we need folks to be part of that community and help us make the right calls.
Stanza.system.
Yep. Systems. Yeah.
Systems with an S. Yeah. Hey, Blake, I wish you a lot of luck with Stanza. You're going to have to come back on. Well, don't wait till next year when we do these via Zoom all the time, so you can come on anytime you'd like.
I'd love
Chenzi, it is so great seeing you. I will see you. Well, at the very least, I'll see you in April for RSA.
Yeah.
We're doing DevSecOps Monday of that week again over there. Hopefully they'll be better this year.
I think we'll probably do something before that too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'd love it. But we're going to take a break right now. We're here in Vegas. We are at AWS reInvent. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at the Win in our Techstrong TV suite for reInvent. I'm hoping our mics are that good that all the other conversations are getting filtered out of here. We have multiple meetings going on. But I'm really happy to be joined by my friend here, Kit Merker. Kit, if you don't know, is one of the original folks at Noble 9. Right? Is it co-founder? I mean, did they say, well, original?
Sort of a retractive co-founder.
Retroactive
nice way to put it. I don't
co-founder,
know.
yep.
Yeah.
But I remember the day Kit told me he was leaving JFrog and going to this startup with his friends, and it's Noble 9. And Kit, first of all, welcome. It's great to see you, my friend.
Great to see you in person and not seeing you in a green room. It's
yeah,
really different.
I have like a real background here. It's
this
crazy.
is not fake.
This is not fake. It's a real one. So look, I'm not going to talk about the Ferraris. I'm not going to talk about the social media stuff. We're here to talk Noble 9.
Okay.
Actually, before we get into the big Noble 9 business announcement news today, I wanted to talk a little bit about you and Noble 9. You recently changed sort of roles, titles at Noble 9. Why don't you talk about that first?
Sure. I mean, so now I'm the Chief Growth Officer, which is I think kind of a cool title. I was the COO before, and I think one of the things when you're in a early company, we're now 3 years into this journey, a little shy of 100 employees, about 90 employees or so, very engineering product focused company. You don't really have a big staff to take care of the little nitty gritty. So I ended up doing a lot of other things. So I was taking care of a lot of legal stuff, finance, HR. And then on top of that, really my passion and my focus is on the community, on partnerships, right? Yeah. Customers, helping really grow the usage and understand. And so as we were thinking about how we would scale the company, we had a conversation in the leadership team and they asked me to take it on. And I said, cool, I'll do that, but I want to do it my way. And so my focus now is going to be on product-led growth, community-led growth, partnerships, and then all the traditional sort of marketing activities. Sure. We put a booth. We have a booth here at reInvent, booth 451.
Not cheap.
We put together a new card game called Page at 3 a.m. Respond or Ignore that you can play at the booth, and very focused on not just like marketing, but really it's education. It's helping people solve problems. It's reaching people where they are, and it's been a very cool, I'd say, partnership I have with the other execs at Noble 9, because we really didn't put it in a traditional, we kind of did it our way, what I mean? And that's been a cool change for me. Means maybe a little bit more time on the road next year, which I'm okay with that too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You'll see me on the road. It's going to be a busy road year, I think.
I think so.
Well, you could come down to Florida and hang
anytime. I'll be there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So my question or my thought was, when I saw all this coming down, is sales part of that organization, or is that a separate organization?
So right now, I mean, we just talk about it as if it's this big, organization. So Jen Ordonez, our VP of Sales, she's been with us since almost the beginning, actually, and Jen has been just amazing. She's running our sales team, and I think now, the sales process for us a lot of times has to deal with procurement. I mean, let's be honest, we're selling to mostly engineers or engineering managers. Mm-hmm. We sell it to some more senior executives, but most of the time they're really looking at the technology buying process. And I don't know if everybody knows, right? Technology purchases, especially in enterprises, is a team sport.
Yep.
A lot of people involved, a lot of evaluation.
A lot of it's bottom up, though.
So what you really want to have, and this is, I think, where her and I partner. I look at the growth from the bottoms up perspective. Yep. How do we get more people using it, excited, involved in open source, using our open source methodologies, or our open source tools, or using our product? And then she comes and looks at it and says, listen, you guys need to make sure it's got support, make sure you got the security and privacy, and that you've got all the different capabilities you need at an enterprise level. And now we're seeing this expansion into these different teams, and they're starting to really see the benefit of SLOs.
Right.
She comes in and makes sure that they've got the kind of commercial footprint in place. So we have a very strong partnership. The other thing that her and I do together a lot is she'll say to me, "Oh man, I wish I had a blog, or I wish I had a white paper for this call I was just on." And I go, "Okay." And I go back to my computer and I go, "Here you go."
So that's going to be something that'll hopefully change. It's hard being the guy who writes them. And
it's funny. I tell a lot of people this story. When we started Noble 9, I set a goal for myself to publish a piece of content every single week. So every Tuesday, it was 1,000 words every Tuesday. That was the mantra. And it shocked people because they thought, well, that's a crazy time investment.
To keep up.
Yeah.
Yep.
What I found is a lot of content teams, marketing teams, et cetera, they build a big content backlog. And for me personally, a large backlog slows my productivity. I actually think of it like
It's got to be current.
What do we do now? What
changed.
Exactly? What you thought and put on the backlog
stale.
months ago, it's not interesting today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I still enjoy. I do a lot of writing. You know, I have a few tricks up my sleeve, like Grammarly. You know, it helps me get stuff out the door. But yeah.
You know, we've played with some of those. Yeah, Robbie the robot author.
I don't do any of that. I haven't done. Well, I should say
we always just to see what's out there.
Yeah, right? I'd be happy to use some AI for. You know, the interesting one I've seen is people are using DALL-E for their blog images. I think that's a cool one. I might start doing that.
Yeah, there is. I like playing with all the AI stuff. But anyway, you spoke a little bit about open source and free offerings, big news beyond your card game and everything out here. Was you guys made an announcement, right?
Yeah, today.
Well, why don't you tell them?
I'll tell you. So it's pretty cool. We have a perpetual free edition of Noble 9. So up to 20 SLOs, which is actually a good amount to get you started, to be honest. It's not like try 5. You can run it forever. There's some limitations on the product, of course, but it's a fully featured SLO platform. You get to see the full power of it. Open slow compatibility, all the data sources, Datadog, New Relic, Prometheus, CloudWatch, everything that you would want to get your SLOs up and running. And it's not time limited. One of the things we found, we were kind of offering a time-based trial, is first of all, 30 days isn't enough to get observability data. We launched a product called Replay, which allows you to bring data in much faster. I think we talked about it before. And so being able to now get the data, let it run, have it be in place. And then once you graduate above 20 SLOs or you need other support or other capabilities that you come up. But the other thing we threw into the mix on top of the free tier, we actually doubled the number of SLOs included in our what we're now calling Teams, Noble 9 Teams Edition. It was previously called Hydrogen, which was a cool name, but a little confusing. Yeah. So we have Noble 9 Teams Edition, which now we just doubled the SLOs from 25 to 50.
That's great.
And then Noble 9 Enterprise, which has, the sky's the limit, but it starts now at 150 SLOs in the same price. So, everybody's under a lot of pressure financially, and we were able to find some savings to pass on to customers. We went and contacted all our customers and let them know, hey, we just doubled you up. So that's really cool. And then on top of that, one last little piece, we launched this thing called Slowcademy, which is a new documentation site with how-to guides, walkthroughs, etc. We put that out there today along with it. Our theory was, well, we're going to have a bunch of free customers signing up. And by the way, before the press release, we had a bunch of people sign up. They found it somehow on our website because we got it ready before Thanksgiving. So we got people logging in. Now they have this really guided tour, easy how-to guides. We already had, I think, a great documentation site. Our tech writing team is amazing. But now it's very focused and very easy. And that, I think, is going to help people not just learn about SLOs in the abstract, but that's just very concrete. And that's what engineers want. That's what developers, they want to go and get their answer, get started, try it out, see the value, and then they can worry about how they're going to, navigate the organization and all that. Yeah.
Two things.
Please.
First of all, you said the website and people could go do it, but we got to tell them.
Oh, yeah.
What's the website?
So if you go to noble9.com, that's the jump.
NOBL number 9.
That's right.
The 9.
That's right. NOBL number 9.com is the best jumping off place to find it. If you go to the blog there, or there's a link to the resources, there's a Slowcademy link there. It's also on our doc site, which I think is docs.noble9.com/Slowcademy, SLOCADEMY.
Okay.
There you go. That's an easy way to get to the Slowcademy directly. But you know what? If you sign up now for Noble 9 for the free edition, you'll get an email that gives you all the education you need. There's in-product links to everything. So just get started there, try it out, and we'll happily help you if you have any issues. We also are offering community support in our community Slack as part of OpenSLO. And our support team has been instructed that treat the free customers just like everybody else. So,
I wouldn't expect anything less from you,
of course.
kid. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Please.
So I got people watching this out here who are going to say, yeah, I've heard about this SRE thing. I know a little bit about SLO, but I really don't know what it is.
Right.
I don't, what's the difference between SLO and SLA? And I always think of Noble 9 as the company that's brought SLOs to market.
Well,
I'm not saying you invented them. No, you didn't trick me. You paid me well. No.
Better.
But you guys have really kind of popularized, SLOs and why they're important and everything else, and SLO conf, and everything else you did. But for our audience, maybe who they don't know, tell them.
So I I have a new way of explaining it to people a little bit, so I'll try that out. But the most basic level, SLO, service level objective, what we're talking about is I'm running a service. Maybe it's a video streaming service. Maybe it's a mobile check upload for banking. Maybe it's, I don't know, selling tickets to a popular musician. There's lots of places that we need to keep these services running.
Or you have a monopoly on the ticket business.
But people pay attention to things when they don't work, right? Yeah. So then the question's like, well, how do you make it run perfectly? Well, that's actually the wrong question. You can't make it run perfectly. We have to accept that. In fact, nothing we do is perfect in software or computers or anything else. And we've actually got a pretty cool thing, which is we know how to hit the refresh button. Okay. Right. So here's I got a couple ways to explain it. So imagine this. You go to a website, and behind the scenes, imagine that there's this spinning wheel. It's got 100 slices on it, right? And 99 of those slices say the website loaded properly. What does the last slice say?
Didn't load.
It says spin again.
Oh, really? Okay.
It says spin again.
All right.
And this is the trick to the whole SLO concept, is that if you give somebody a bad web page, they're going to blame themselves. They're going to hit refresh. And guess what? It's probably going to work the next time. And that's just that's 2 nines, right? 99%. But imagine it's, 2.5, 3, 4 nines, right? You could have a much more reliable service. The other thing, I was talking to somebody and they said, Noble 9 is kind of like a fire alarm. And I said, well, it's kind of like a fire alarm, except lots of people have fire alarms. Actually, a fire alarm is not that complicated because the room's not burning. Right. So Noble 9 is more like a fire alarm in a building that's already on fire. But those fires are okay. You have, maybe it's glass blowing. I don't know where you have fires, but maybe you have a Ford, smelting metal or something. You have a hot room that's got fires that are normal. And what you're trying to do is differentiate between fires that are normal and fires that are abnormal. Much harder problem. And that's what we're doing, is we're aggregating all these signals from your logs, metrics, traces across all these different platforms, letting you define what normal looks like, and let you take your platform and your services and keep them in that normal constraint. So you're not getting constant false alarms, but at the same time, when something's urgent, it rises above the noise. And I think this is really the critical thing with SLOs. And it really changes, I think, the relationship that teams have. They get overloaded, the amount of data they have, the size of their observability bill, all this stuff. And what they need is focus. They need to put their resources and energy on what truly matters, which is different for everybody. So it can't be a cookie cutter kind of solution. It needs to be something that you can grow into and learn and build an organizational competency around how we differentiate between real problems and problems that will spin again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just spin again.
Yeah.
Start talking about spinning again. I'm thinking 0, 00. Don't talk to me about.
Oh yeah. Don't spin again downstairs. Okay. Like
enough. Anyway, Kit, man, it's great seeing you. I'm glad you guys are doing great. I love the new role for you. I think you're born for that role.
Thank you so much.
So you're gonna rock and roll, not a doubt in my mind.
It means I get to come see you and get interviewed.
Anytime you want.
It's part of my job now. It's awesome.
Yeah, excellent. I'm gonna hold you to that. Hey, we are here in Vegas for AWS reInvent, along with 55,000 other people. Well, by the time you're watching this, we'll be back home, but we want to give you a flavor of what's happening here. Big news from Noble 9 today. Check it out. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with some more.
Thanks, Alan.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget. Okay. How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Uptick's secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1. What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1? Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1. We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR, delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some amazing interviews with industry professionals to give you the latest in the tech world. And alongside airings of DevOps Unbound and the SRE show, we had plenty of great content. We'll be back again on Thursday, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Tech strong.